stakeholders and officials. We are here today for the Provincial Week. And then let me go to a background of the Provincial Week. In terms of Section 42.4 of the Constitution, the National Council of Provinces represents provinces to ensure that provincial interests are taken into consideration in the national sphere of government. It does this a national forum of the public consideration of the issues affecting this. This implies that the National Council must be preoccupied by matters that concern provincial interest in the national sphere of government. This is what defines the National Council of Provinces. We have a theme. Our theme for this Provincial Week is assessing state capacity to respond to the needs of the community. And the date for this Provincial Week is started from 29th, which is today, up to the 1st of April. The objectives of this 2022 Provincial Week, this 2022 Provincial Week is a high impact oversight-driven approach to the challenges of the state capacity in the province. It is intended to afford permanent delegates to the NCOP an opportunity to return to their provinces to assess delivery of services to citizens. It is proposed that the Provincial Week 2022 must focus on high-impact oversight areas that will allow each province delegation to concentrate on matters that affect the province in the national sphere of government. The focus area for the Eastern Cape is availability of the land for farming and industrialization of and companies, and the provision of adequate school infrastructure in rural areas and townships, including visiting townships, rural and mud schools. So this is our objectives. Our program, colleagues, honorable members, is going to be, we're going to continue on that, which is now, we're going to have premier and MECs, the MECs that were affected by this program. So it's going to start premier. After that, the MECs, which is affected, which is the Department of Agriculture, Department of Economic Affairs, and Department of Education. After that, we're going to have a briefing by two mayors, the district mayors of OR Tambo and Alfred Nzo with their troikas. I'm sorry, on the program, I'm sure there's an omission on stakeholders, which is, they said, is executive mayor of OR Tambo district. They didn't write the Alfred Nzo. I apologize for that on the program. So, Premier, we're going to give you 15 minutes, and the MEC is going to have 15 minutes. So, all in all, you're going to have an hour, the Premier and members of the Provincial Executive. Let's start our meeting. Can we have Mayor, Premier? Hello?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Yes,
You can
Chair.
continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you, Honorable Ndongeni, the chairperson of this afternoon session of the NCOP. And greetings to honorable members of the NCOP, the provincial delegates to the NCOP, MECs, and everybody else who's part of this virtual visit of the NCOP to our province. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for affording us an opportunity to welcome the members of the NCOP to our province as they embark on a week-long oversight visit under the theme assessing state capacity to respond to the needs of a visit is in line with one of our priorities for this term of government, that being building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. It is through this priority that we have committed to inject agility, compassion, and care in the state. I want to assure the members of the NCOP that we are making progress in building a capable state that is fit for purpose to address the challenges faced by our communities. One major agility in the province by filling all 13 posts of our HODs. 6 of these posts are filled by women. Despite the cost-cutting measures on COE, we've managed to build capacity in the administration by filling 3,236 vacant posts, utilizing savings from non-core functional areas. You have asked me, Chair, to speak on 2 aspects today, that is land for agriculture and school infrastructure. Let me start by saying the strength on our agricultural sector is drawn from the land availability for production, climatic conditions favorable for commercial production, agricultural research and development, prolific work ethic of the farming sector, affirmed by government and private sector investment. Our strength is further exhibited by 35.9% of households involved in agricultural activities, 56.1% in the production of livestock, 64.8% in poultry, 52.1% in grain and food crops, and 57.7% in fruit and vegetables. Through the Eastern Cape Agricultural Transformation Strategy, we are making progress to grow the provincial agricultural income. In 2007, the total agricultural income of the province was 5.6 billion, and that grew by 380% to 27 billion in 2017. The provincial government continues to support agricultural activities in various value chains across the province, with 417.4 million in the current financial year. Land availability remains a challenge, particularly for previously disadvantaged communities. The Stats SA census of commercial agriculture indicated that the total number of farms or farming units involved in the commercial agricultural industry in our province was 4,214 in 2017. The largest proportion of farms was in farming of animals at 2,291 farms, or 54.4% of the total, followed by the growing of cereals and other crops at 752 or 17.8%, and the mixed farming 713 or 16.9%. The district municipalities with the highest number of farms in 2017 was Sarapatman at 1,640 farms or 38.9% of the provincial total, followed by Christian at 900 or 21.4%, and Jotabi at 611 or 14.5%. The same study revealed that the total land use for commercial agriculture in Eastern Cape was 5.7 million hectares, and which represent 33.8% of the total land area of Eastern Cape, which is 16.9 million hectares. We must, all of us, work to unlock the remaining percentage of land, which is mainly in communal land for agricultural purposes. Our biggest worry is that most of the prime agricultural land in rural areas is being rezoned for human settlement, but we are talking with our traditional leaders to find common ground on this matter. And maybe that the executive mayors of OR Tambo and Alfred Zwa here, because that's an area that now possesses this huge arable land that we need to really untap. On the industrialization of hemp, where we have an Eastern Cape cannabis strategy to champion the commercialization of the cannabis. We've established 2 cannabis incubation centers in Lusikisik and Doni to prepare our farmers for the take-off of the industry. We have already supported 28 cannabis farmers to submit and acquire hemp permits. We are resolute in ensuring that the primary producers are not left behind. Chairperson, let me now talk of education infrastructure. We have seriously backlogged in the rural areas. In the township, we have availability of schools, but they are they have low numbers as parents take their children to former Model C schools. That is a parental choice, and we must accept it. Our rural and township schools are outperforming some of the former Model C schools because they have proper management and dedicated teachers, parents, and learners, even though they are faced with challenges of infrastructure. We are committed to providing safe and appropriate infrastructure in schools, even against the myriad of challenges standing on our way. The department has identified schools in the province that need urgent attention, and most have already been attended to. COVID-19 disruption, which included the closure, that is stop and go of all sectors, operations, badly impacted the delivery of schools infrastructure project. The Department of Education had experienced a decline in the performance of implementing agencies in the 2021-2022 financial year. This resulted in most construction sites being abandoned because of prior years' late payments triggered by overcommitment of the portfolio and consequence of COVID-19 budget cuts and reprioritization, resulting in an erosion of trust between the department, implementing agents, and appointed service providers. Due to the poor performance by EAs and a bit of a lack of leadership intervention timers, the department had to establish a recovery plan in October to expedite the expenditure. Whilst this could not have saved the devoting of 205.122 million from the Provincial Education Infrastructure Grant to circumvent the loss of funds, the department is in line to spend the remaining budget. The budget allocated for the infrastructure development program for 2022-2023 financial year is 1.754 billion. This is a budget increase of 13.9% from the 2021-2022 revised estimate. We are also working hard to ensure that we have adopted a turnaround strategy in that department, but we are also ensuring that there will be consequence management on poor performance. Unfortunately, in this case, that we have lost 205 million, and the leadership is there, and maybe that MEC is where to elaborate and explain this more to the honorable members of the NCOP. With those few words, Honorable Chair, without wasting much time, we welcome the members of the NCOP, and we are looking forward to their findings in this very important visit. As I've indicated in writing, that I will really profusely apologize for this continued session, as I'm trying to multitask due to other prior arranged commitments. But the delegation is here. I say that it is led by the chair of chairs from our provincial legislature, with MECs here also to present, as you have indicated earlier on. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thanks to honorable members, as well as the executive mayors from the two district municipalities mentioned and their team.
Thank you, Premier. You are welcome. We're going to release you. I'm sorry, members, I didn't say that Premier, we're going to release Premier as early as possible because he is multitask here. He's in a portfolio now. So can you please help us with the MECs? Who's going to start in our MECs? Hello. Education, are you here? Honorable Peters, are you here? Economic development, are you here?
Mama.
Hello. Oh, okay. Honorable Carter is on the platform. Sicela uye Dlamini. Sikupha imizuzu eyi-15.
Yes, Chair. Can I get in?
Yes, please.
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the honorable members. Good afternoon to the fellow MECs, government officials that are invited into this important session. Firstly, let me apologize, Chair. I might be lost because of the network processes. I'm not sure. I wanted to request to switch off the video so that I don't lose the sound on the gadget. I'm using a cell phone gadget.
You are welcome. You are welcome, MEC.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Chair, the instruction we got was to give a reflection on the progress made on the eradication of the inappropriate structure in the province, and we tried to. I'm not sure whether have we been able to send the report to yourself, so that the Secretariat can flight it as we speak on it, or after the presentation, we email it back to yourself so that you can have the soft copy of the presentation, Chair, whatever that is best suitable for you. Chair?
We can be glad if you share with us, even in emails.
Okay, Chair. Okay, I will do that, because I thought they have sent it to yourselves. But after the presentation, Chair, we will deal with it and make sure that we present it to yourself through the emails. We have got the entirely inappropriate schools in the province, Chair, which are almost about 105. 1,005 in total. Generally, in the province, we have got 5,028 schools. We are one of the provinces that have got huge number of schools, with almost about 1,800 small unviable ones, which are a subject of rationalization and alignment. I just wanted to bring back that background in terms of the stats. And now, out of that 5,000 plus that I'm talking about, we have got this 1,005 inappropriate structures that needed to be dealt with accordingly in the variety of districts that we have. So this is a combination of all the schools that needed to be dealt with in terms of the inappropriate infrastructure that we have in the province. Now, on this slide, we are making a reflection that entirely which are those that we targeted on the basis of the extent of state of vulnerability, because remember, we had to find a way of responding to some of those via the ACID project and also via the programs that we have in basic education. Whether you talk safe programs that deals with pollution sanitation facilities, also whether you talk about the equitable share that deals with the very same schools that are inappropriate, precisely because of the two concepts that are prevalent in the province. You have got those schools that you regard it as mad schools in the province. That's one. You have got those schools that we regard them as inappropriate. So those are two categories of schools. The inappropriate schools, Chair, are not necessarily mad schools. Are those schools that might have been built about decades back by the then government via the alternative buildings infrastructure of that time, which is dilapidated now. We call them inappropriate, not necessarily mad schools. They are inappropriate, meaning that they fall within the band of those schools that needed some interventions. We have intervened on 81 of those schools in general in the previous financial year, so that we can be able to at least to respond to the crisis that we have. I'm just citing schools, Chair, that have got projects that are currently underway, interventions that have been made, that have been dealt with as part of the infrastructure programs that we have in the province. On the next slide, Chair, we are giving them a background of the, we're giving them a breakdown of the backlog that the Premier has been talking about, according to the stats coming from the districts, for example. For us to deal with the issue of mud and inappropriate schools in the province, we need an amount of 79 billion rands. For you to say, we have dealt with the issue of mud schools, we have dealt with the issue of inappropriate school. Part of the problem that makes this amount to balloon to where it is now is exactly what I've already lifted to you, that you have got very small, unviable schools that through the program of rationalization, alignment, and measure should have been closed a long time ago. But when you close them, you must be able to say, where are you going to place those kids? Have you been able to arrange transport system for them? And where is the nearby school, so that you don't just willy-nilly close those schools on the basis of them unable to match the policy of provisioning in education. That's why currently we are no longer talking about rationalization and alignment, but rather talk about repurposing of the schools, so that when you close these school acts now, you change the character of that school instead. If, for example, it was providing just ordinary traditional subjects, which they have not yielded an attraction to the communities, then change the curriculum so that you are able to draw the attraction to the community and generally to the learners that we have in the province. So we are giving that background per district there, and I won't waste your time giving statistics, amount of monies that we needed in that particular slide, Chair. Safe to say, generally in the province, we would need about 79. We are coming from 84, by the way. We are coming from 84 billion. So it's being reduced time in, time out as we draw, as we intervene via other programs that of water and sanitation department through SAFE, of DPE, also on the sanitation and pollution facilities, on the ACD projects. We have benefited, Chair, on the ACD projects about 169 schools that were built through that particular program. Out of 200 schools in the country that were built via the ACD, as a province, we benefited the lion's share of 169 schools. So you can see the amount of national government focus on that one. But however, in as much as we have been able to deal with it via that ACD project, but it remains a program that has actually made us to be as vulnerable as we are. On the next slide, Chair, we are giving the budget allocation, responding to the statistics that I have just given to you of the schools that needed some interventions via the EIG, the Education Infrastructure Grant. In total, Chair, we were at 280 schools in total when you combine the ACD of the DPE, which and also the Department of Education's infrastructure grant, which is 210. Now, so in total, we've been able to deal via those two combined programs of 280 institutions of learning in the province. But the significant one comes from the Education Infrastructure Grant, which the Premier has been speaking about which has got a challenge of 205, which has gone back to the National Treasury. There are so many reasons that we can cite on that one. The issue of the performance of the implementing agencies, and also the constant management and performance systems that we have, that we were unable to deal with it as we were rolling out that particular program. And again, the issue of the current investigations that are on the table now, trying to establish why some of the projects were aborted in 2021 and 2022, and they are phased in back now by the Department of Education. So I'm saying there is a report to that particular effect, which would necessitate that the committee can be appraised of. On the next slide, Chair, again is a breakdown of the projects that we have already handed over from the implementing agencies. We have been able to replace schools, 24 schools in the province in the previous financial year. Generally, not necessarily much schools, but schools that were on the pipeline of being reconstructed by either public works or other implementing agencies. We have been able to replace them at 24 of them. We have also been able to deal again with inappropriate via the ACID this time around, which is 22 of them. And we have been able also to deal with the early childhood development centers that required an intervention. There are 7 of them at an amount of 94 million rands. We have already procured what you call mobile classes, 250 of them, to intervene on the overflow of the schools. Remember, the minister have said we must go back now. All of the learners, not that rotational, differentiated timetable. All learners must go back, meaning that we will have to make sure that we bring back some mobile classes. Hence, I'm talking about the 250 that has already been procured through Kucha, that must land in the schools very soon. And again, Chair, we have been able to at least to renovate 2 hostels at a rate of 250,000 each, so that we can be able to make sure that those learners receive a better stay on some of the accommodations that we have. On the next slide, Chair, is just a reflection of which schools are we talking about, for example, here. And I won't bore yourself about them, but just to say, for example, we have handed over in Sizwa Senior Secondary School during the course of the year. We've handed over Ipotseneng Primary School in Jokali. We've handed over Imutibisi Senior Secondary School in Matatiel. We've handed over Impululeko Khalo in Nelson Mandela Bay. We've handed over Isomagunya Secondary School. We've handed over also Idokotela Primary School in Lebode. We are handing over another one should be on the 14th of April, at the Temba Mzizi Junior Secondary Primary School in Bizan. So it's something that we are currently engaged on. However, we have got serious challenge of backlogs, as I have indicated the amount, but equally the pace by which we have been trying to consolidate the schooling system in the province is a bit a problem, because it's the one that makes you to have that particular backlog of 79 billion now, because some of the schools in the next coming 10 years, you might not need them if the if the outlook, the landscape of the schooling system in the province has been finally been reviewed, such that you don't have the small unviable schools. So it's a combination of the two, repurposing other schools, redirecting some of other institutions along the provincial development plan in terms of the curriculum, but close some of those that might not be needed in the near future, Chair. I'm not sure whether I have not given you. I was trying to rush the 15 minutes time, Chair, so that I don't miss the key strategic areas that needed to be dealt with.
Thank you, MEC. Siyabulela Jameni. Ngoko usiphe kona sicinga uba kubalulekile. Siyabulela Jameni, ngoko usiphe kona sicinga uba kubalulekile kuzawusincedisa kwezi ndawo sizawube sihamba kuzo. Ngoku ndicela ukwenza ii-apologies ezimbini members. I-apology kaMama uPeters, kodwa ukhona u-COO ozawuthetha. And then ibe i-apology ka-Honorable Mfoko, MEC Mfoko, andiyazi uba ngubani na ozawuthetha endaweni yakhe, kodwa ndicinga uba ukhona naye. So ndicela ke ngoku ukuba kungena u-COO wakwa-Dr. Da. CEO.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Am I audible?
15 minutes, ne? Yes, you are audible, but you are not visible. Can you please see? We want to see your face.
Okay. I'm not so sure, Honorable Chair, if you can see my face.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
I'm also trying to share the presentation.
Please.
Can I just check if the Secretariat would not share it for me, because I'm not used to Zoom, and I think it could take a bit of time before it comes up.
Okay.
Is that possible?
It's possible. Sihle? 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 Can you please help us?
How do I process?
To share the presentation.
Okay. Where is the presentation?
We have sent the presentation from the Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform.
Okay. Mr. Lwazi Ben is on the meeting. He's conducting the meeting. I'm just ICT. Lwazi?
Good day, Chair.
Lwazi, can you please help us?
Yeah, sorry, Chair, I was not provided with a presentation, Chair. And even on the website, it's not there. All the 9 provinces have presentations. It's only Eastern Cape that did not attach a presentation on the website as well, Chair.
Okay.
I can provide my email address and then I'll flight it.
Okay, please, can you flight it on the chat platform?
They can send it to lben, all small letters, lben@parliament.gov.za.
And can you please write it in chat?
Okay, no problem, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, can you please continue for the time being, still managing other things?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My apologies for that. Our PLO have assured me that the presentation was sent. But Chair, I'll run it very quick, Chair. My presentation will focus on agriculture, particularly our cannabis and hemp in the province. If
I'm sorry, CEO. I'm sorry, CEO. Can you please introduce yourself?
Oh, my apologies. My name is Bongikaya Daimani. I am the Chief Operations Officer in the Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform in the province of the Eastern Cape. And I am standing in for the Honorable MEC Peters to do this presentation on agriculture, hemp and cannabis, particularly in the
I'm hearing it for the first time. Very interesting.
Yes. May I then continue, Chair?
Yes, you are protected.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to honorable members. So, Chair, our presentation will just give you a sense of the agricultural landscape of the Eastern Cape. And obviously, in the province, we are guided by the National Development Plan and the Provincial Development Plan. The key focus area is around goal number 3, which is rural development and an innovative and high-value agriculture. We, in the province, Honorable Chair, you will realize that our landscape, we are mainly the livestock a province. A lot of our land is mainly good for livestock. However, we do have about 7.1% of our arable land for grain production. If I move very quick, Chair, as a province, we have a diverse agricultural potential. We can produce a whole lot of commodities, from dairy to deciduous, citrus, livestock, grain, and beef, which is key. But we also have a big problem of land degradation to the most part of the province, and that's one area that we obviously have to deal with agriculturally as we move forward through our conservation agriculture. We aligned in terms of the strategies to the National Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, which seeks to create a sector that is globally competitive. Through our district, it must be inclusive and be able to create an opportunity for Black producers to participate through the agricultural value chain. I'll skip the commodities that we drive in the province. They are within our district. Chair, once the presentation has been sent to you, you can also see that. If I zoom to our Ore Tambo district, Honorable Chair, obviously our Ore Tambo district, 57% of the land is conducive for grazing, which is for our livestock. But 13% again in the eastern part of the province, which is Ore Tambo, is mainly for grain, and that's where we're doing a lot of our grain production and horticultural crops in the form of vegetables and so on. We are driving a lot of projects, starting from the farmer support program that we support mainly on our communal farmers. And the focus is on our livestock farmers, where we provide them with infrastructure. We are also driving identification and traceability system to enable them to at least enter the market. We are also providing support to farmers in terms of understanding the export market protocols. And we also provide a support generally on the communal areas around all the infrastructure that they need for their livestock. We are also focusing on the field crops, and even there we provide infrastructure and market access. Our infrastructure is provided with our irrigation systems in terms of stock water, and we are working with water affairs on water rights, depending on the size of the irrigated area. Honorable Chair, our major focus during summer is the grain production, and in the presentation we've provided all the number of hectares that we are supporting farmers with for grain production. across all the local municipalities in OR Tambo. In total, OR Tambo cropping area per local municipality, it's just above 16,000 hectares that we provide support in terms of subsidies to these farmers. And on vegetables, we are supporting them in an area of about 308 hectares across the KST, Port St. John's, and Dinguza Hill municipalities. If you look at our budget, about 50 million rand goes to infrastructure, and 4.6 million is meant for your livestock infrastructure, and about 2.2 million rand is allocated to support your small irrigation in those areas. And we have about 3.3 million rand that is meant for our wool farmers, which is our wool sheep shearing sheds that we provide. On Chair, in the presentation, we provide details of all the project per local municipality, and for the sake of time, I'm not going to go through each of them. You'll see in the presentation on fencing, we'll be able to provide what's the name of the project, which ward is the project, and what is the scale of the project, and whether the project has been completed or not. But for the purpose of this discussion, I'm not going to do that because I would also want to cover the other district. Even on wool, the sharing shares that we are doing, you will see in the presentation, we are providing the sharing shares in each local municipality of OR Tambo, the budget and the ward where the sharing shares is, and the status in terms of completion for those projects that we are doing in this financial year. So we also provide sharing shares for all the wool commodities in OR Tambo. The new deep tanks that we are constructing, in the presentation, you will see, Honorable Chair, that we are providing the name of the project, the ward, and the local municipality, and the budget, and where that a deep tank is as a support to communal livestock producers. And we are also providing support in terms of the boreholes, those that we have equipped in the municipalities of local municipalities, where there was a problem of drought in the previous seasons, and to prepare them, we've provided that kind of support in order for them to have access to water for both their production, crop production, and their animals. The horticulture, mainly this is vegetables, and this is the areas of Port St. John's that we have provided support. We have also provided the information around our household gardens, a program where we provide support to households to produce their own food through a food production packs that enable them to produce food on their own. We've done that in terms of all municipalities, local municipalities in the district of OR Tambo. That is also the same on poultry projects. So in general, the support that we provide in OR Tambo in terms of agriculture is both on livestock, cropping, and cropping is divided into vegetables, grain, soya beans. Livestock is both beef and wool, both in terms of production side and also the infrastructure. In Alfrenzo, Honorable Chair, we also, our programs are also consistent in that manner. In terms of red meat, we provide the same kind of infrastructure that I've indicated in OR Tambo, fencing for grazing of land, and we're also providing about 15 boreholes that we have been commissioned. I've also provided just the detail of each of the infrastructure that we are implementing and the progress up to this point. Most of them have been completed. However, there are a few that were yet to be completed. Honorable Chair, the Alfrenzo is also getting support on wool, and at the same time, they are being provided with Same kind of infrastructure that we provide in Orlando in terms of sheep shearing sheds. On grain, Alfredo is a huge grain production area for the province. There's also a red hub that is processing white maize in that area. So the capacity, we're increasing the production in order to meet the capacity of the red hub to enable them to process. I'm quickly running through, Chair, so that I can finish the 15 minutes. Just on cannabis, Honorable Chair, the province have developed a strategy on cannabis. We see ourselves as the big player on cannabis. The focus obviously is on the cannabis legislative framework. We are providing support to farmers. We are also providing, conducting a lot of research and technology development to improve our competitiveness, training and education. We also in driving market and investment facilitation and communication and engaging the stakeholders. On legislative framework, we're providing support to hemp producers so that they can apply for their hemp permits. We are at the same time do provide support to farmers who would want to apply for medical cannabis through SAPRA. We provide that support in partnership with the private sector so that they can be able to get these licenses. On farmer support, we provide production inputs in the form of seed to farmers who have permits and who have applied for that. We engage on a continuous basis. As a province, we are developing cannabis incubators. We have realized that our farmers individually will not be able to afford to apply for the license because the minimum for a SAPRA medical license is approximately around R1 million. So each individual farmer will not be able to do that. Hence, the province have developed the concept of incubation, where we are developing incubators. We are targeting 5 across the province. But for this financial year, we're targeting 2. One is at Lusiki Gate Magwa, where there's farmers would then, in the incubator, will be assisted to produce under guidance, a process package, and be able to develop products that could be sold into the market. The second one is mainly focusing on hemp. It's in our Doni research station in Statarem at Matole district to support hemp producers so that they can also do the same. So the infrastructure requirements for those 2 is underway. We're hoping that they will be completed probably in the first quarter or in the first half of the next financial year. On technology development, we are partnering with ARC and CSIR in terms of research and producing a lot of information that will help farmers. We are also we've also received some equipment from the private sector to support farmers on how they could process hemp, oil from hemp. We are also engaging with the universities across our province to improve our competitive edge. We're doing a lot of collaborations with the private sector in order for us to increase our capability and be able to be competitive and attract a lot of investment in the province. On training and education, Honorable Chair, we are engaged on training farmers on a continuous basis. And we, as a province, have the ambition of establishing a cannabis college in Lusikisiki. But in the meantime, we are training all producers and aspiring producers in order to understand the environment and how they could then produce in a manner that would be acceptable to the market, of course, within the legal framework of the country. We are on market and investment facilitation. We have, as a province, signed an MOU with private sector companies that have already on their own received their permits, and they have offtake agreement overseas. We have signed agreements so that they could then allow our smallholder producers to participate and sell their produce so that it could also be processed. So those partnerships, there are about 3 private sector organizations that we have signed agreements with. We are continuously engaging with obviously the departments across government to see what is it that they can gain from our cannabis in the province. Private sector companies such as SAPI, Mondi, PG, Basin, and Dagama have been consulted, and we're looking at what products can be produced for that market. We are continuously engaging, Chair, on the communication and social mobilization to educate our key stakeholders in the province, including our traditional leadership and NGO sector, so that we can all move from the same direction. We have engaged with a whole range of stakeholders, and we have also facilitated their input in the process of legislation development when it comes to private cannabis bill. And we submitted that as a province. Chair, thank you very much. Let me not take much more of your time. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, siyabulela Tatu Taiman. The presentation yakho but siyacela ishare Lwazi.
Yes, Chair.
Ndicela uthi make it a point uba i-presentations i-members zilala zisifumene ne
So
today.
kwenza njalo, Chair, as soon as nizifumana zonke, Chair.
All right, ngiyabulela.
Enkosi.
Okay, members, let's go to economic development. I'm not quite sure whether there's somebody who's going to speak for the economic development. If there is, can you please be in the platform? Economic development. Economic development. I'm not quite sure whether there's somebody for economic development. Can we pass, honorable members? Can we pass, honorable members?
Yes, Chair.
Members,
Let's move to the mayors. Yes, Chair. Let's move to the.
Okay, thank you. Now, honorable members, I thought that our members want to engage with the presentations that we have. Just for 10 minutes, if we agree. Anybody or any member have the question on clarities on the presentations?
Yes, Chairperson, it's a million banana.
Okay, carry on, Honorable Nana. Honorable Nana. Honorable Nana, your platform is yours. Hey, I'm not quite sure about network now. Can you doing? Honorable Nana.
Bandwidth.
Hey, let's move on. Oh, Honorable, Honorable Nana, we didn't hear you. We hear you now. Hello? Honorable Nana, I'm sure I've got a problem network. Can we please pass on to district mayors? Artambo?
I've also raised my hand, Comrade Honorable Chairperson.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair of Chairs. I didn't see you. Nolundi? Oh, okay, Honorable. Mkopan. Yes, please. Honorable Mkupana.
Thank you, Chair. My question is one, Chair. In fact, there's a concern first on the response of our technical team that says they will only share the presentations only when they have received all of them. What if now we don't get the one from economic development? Does that mean we won't get the rest of the ones that have been presented to us just because of one presentation that is not yet received? Then on the presentation themselves, regarding the cannabis industrialization, I'm worried about the partnerships with the well-established institutions. Perhaps it may be an advantage to someone that has the full information. But for me, I have fears of the small business people that are expected to benefit from this industrialization. If now, will they not be overshadowed by these big business companies like PG Bison, Mondi, etc., etc.? If my fears can only be settled, I can be happy, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mkupana. Any hand?
Yes, Honorable Chair, Honorable Maqhubela.
Okay, Honorable. All right. Honorable Maqhubela, Honorable Ncitha, after Honorable Maqhubela. Anybody?
Greetings to all.
Ndiyafuna nam into le meko yam ye-connectivity kodwa uyawundipha emva kozuku.
Ndiza kupha uba ngabe uyafumaneka. Xa ungafumaneki ndizawugqitha. Ndicela uzame uma endaweni noko endicinga ingabhetele.
Okay, Chair, wabetha phala, Chair.
All right, ndiyabulela. I'm sorry, Honorable Maqhubela.
No problem, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you, Honorable Chair, and honorable members and the support staff. Honorable Chair, it's just a suggestion from my side that maybe Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mkupane, can assist us and try to locate MEC Mfoko or the HOD. We need that presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maqhubela. Honorable Ncitha. Ncitha. Honorable Ncitha.
Yes, Chair, my apologies. Chairperson, good afternoon to everyone, including the Honorable Premier in absentia. Chair, first I want to deal with issues that I do not want to find myself being a person at fault. One, the issue of us being here as NCOP. Our letter was written in January to inform the province. In February, we had a virtual with the Speaker of the province. And it cannot be that today you are struggling to get the MECs. And I don't want us to create a precedent that we will never sustain. We come here as NCOP to make the leadership of the executive to account to us. And we find ourselves making CEOs to come to the politicians It's a precedent if we allow this platform so that it doesn't repeat itself. Chair, I heard the presentation from the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development talking about the college that they are intending to have in Lusikisik. At least as politicians that are doing oversight, we need to know in time frames in terms of when are they going to start doing it? What are their time frames in terms of completion?
Honorable Ncita, uyalahleka. Honorable Ncita. Honorable Ncita. U-Honorable Ncita ulahlekile members kuba usendleleni eya e-Alfred Nzo. Ngoku I'm sure unoba uhambe edibana nendawo ezingahambi ke singanathi ke kakuhle saphinde simnike i-chance xa ebuyile. Masiye ku-Honorable Nana.
Because
Mama Ncita. Hello. Honorable Ncita. Honorable Ncita. Oh. Honorable Nana.
Ndikhona, Chairperson.
Masibe sisiya ngoba usalahlekile uMama Ncita. Simgqibelele seke question ye-time frame. Sifuna kaze alandele because akagqibanga. Masiye Honorable Nana.
Alright, Nkosi Sihlalo. Andizoba sawenza made ingakumbi kulo mcimbi ubuthethwa nguSizuki and also no-Honorable Maqhubela utashile kodwa ke akhange angene nje straight. Ndiba ke Sihlalo sizawuthi ekugqibeleni usinike
Honorable Nana.
uba uyafumaneka nawo uba uyafumaneka uba akafumaneki uzawuthumela ngani na. Hello.
Chola.
Ndikhona.
Honorable uMvoko uapologizile qha into esingayazi uba uthumele bani nantsi ingxaki esikuyo ngoku. Sisakhangela ke yena. Siyavana? Siyavana? Okay, on that note, Comrade Khai. Comrade Khai.
Molweni.
Okay, mhlawumbi mandingene ke kwezi presentation.
Uye wasilahleka ke omrezoko wena Honorable Nana. Honorable Nana. Hey, members in their strugglisha apha andiyazi u-Honorable Ncita I understand usendleleni. Honorable Nana andiyazi uba kwenzeka ntoni kwindawo akuyo. Honorable Nana ndicela ukhe ume kwindawo ibe yi-1 njena ukwazi uba noko sikwazi ugqibezela umcimbi wakho. Ngoku asikwazi ukufumana. Masibe sikushiya sikhangela Honorable Khai. Honorable Khai. Honorable Khai. Yo, ndazi ndilahlekile. Okay, members, masiqhube Kuleye nafika response of our technical team. I don't think into yobana bebethetha ukuthi inathi presentations bazawulinda zibekho zonke mhlawumbi abakabi nazo kwalapha kube ezandleni. So sisa-coordinate into yoba masifumane ii-presentations. So ndicela ungene CEO uqesho uphendule ii-questions. Ndiqinisekile uba unayo i-delegation ohamba nayo. I don't think uwedwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much to honorable members for the questions. The first question, Honorable Chair, was around the partnerships. And the partnership for these big companies, it's meant to provide a market for the small producers so that they can sell the product. So for instance, if you talk about SAPI, the producers will sell their produce to SAPI so that SAPI can then turn that into a product in a form of papers, because they use fiber to produce papers. The same will apply on Dagama. It will provide them with the produce so that they can then turn that produce into clothing products. So these big players, they become the market for smallholder producers who are producing hemp in the province. So these collaborations are meant to do that. But we do take note of the fact that these players are not equal and they may in the process exploit small producers. Hence, government then will have to come in on the side of small producers to ensure that the playing fields are leveled and no one is being exploited. The second part, Honorable Chair, was around the college. Our plans, Honorable Chair, is to finalize all the processes for the college in the coming financial year so that it can then be operational in 2023-24 financial year. So that's the plan. And obviously we are engaging with stakeholders and also raising much needed funds for that. So Honorable Chair, those were the questions that were posed in relation to cannabis, partnerships, and the college. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Molweni mama, uxolo mama usihlalo ngokuba ndingene ngolu hlobo andikho sure ixesha lobuza imibuzo. Ndimamele apha ndisuka ndilapha ePort St Johns eMampondweni. Ndirhalela ukwazi malunga ne-training le kuthethwa ngayo izinto zimbini. Yi-training then ndifuna ukubuza nge-hemp uyiqhathanisa kunye ne-cannabis. Apha kwa-training ndifuna nje ukuvakalisa ukuba kukho abantu apha kudala belima nje banee-technologies esebezifundile zokwenza ii-clones nayo yonke laa nto viable right now within i-cannabis market. And zii-technologies esezifundwe kutsha nje, kodwa ingabantu ebebevele bene-knowledge abebenayo abayidluliselweyo ngabangaphambili kubo, indigenous knowledge system ukutsho. So kukhona abantu apha abanolwazi abangakwazi ukuludlulisela kwabanye within le area yalapha eMampondweni before kuphunywe kuyiwe kwi-trainers ezisuka ngaphandle. Now ndirhalela ukuvakalisa nje ukuthi ingaske singabajonga aba bantu sibakhangele sibaprioritize because bona abayazi ukuthi mabaziformalize kanjani, bazi-accredite kanjani ukuze babe liable to give training. So yipoint yami yokuqala leyo. Eyesibini mama usihlalo, xa sithetha ngehemp, sithetha ngento eseyiqhuba Sithetha ngento esusiweyo kwi-Department ka-Health yaziswa kwi-Department ka-Agriculture ethi ngoku singalima le nto, but yinto entsha, masiyi-acknowledge loo nto ukuba yinto entsha le ye-hemp. Into esinayo apha eSouth Africa jikelele kwi-history yethu yokulima umya, sinabantu abalima intsangu, sithini ngabo. Xa siphuhlisa i-hemp kweli cala, masizame ukuthi izikeli zi-equalize ukwenzela uba ingabi ngathi aba, the historic growers, they are being left behind. Because ngoku that's what it feels like, especially for umntu odilishana osebenzisana nezi communities zilimayo. Ezi communities zilimayo zithi thina singabantu be-cannabis, nantsi into esiyaziyo ekudala sikuyo. So xa kufunwa ukuintrodyuswa into engenye eyi-hemp, xa kuthethwa nge-hemp makuthethwe ne-cannabis as well, equally so. So can we try and balance the scales there? Ukuthi if we are giving support to the hemp farmer, can we also try and look at the different type of support that the cannabis growers need? Because as zinto azikhuli ngokufanayo, much as we will all subscribe to
In conclusion, Mamukile Sande, in conclusion, ndiyacela apha eqongeni, ndicela noko uzama uyibambene kakhulu ungabusayandisa, uzama uqokelela sikwazi ufumana ithuba lokuba mawukwazi ukuphendulwa. Sizawuphinda sidibane ngaphandle nangomso, sizawudibana nePort St John's uba usePort St John or ngoLesine.
Enkosi.
All right. CEO.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I think, Honorable Chair, we take note of what has been suggested. Of course, a part of our training would take into account those people that have indigenous knowledge, and to see how best they can then be used or be used in order to impart that knowledge to the rest of the aspiring growers. So we do take that into account. And the second one, Honorable Chair, is around the support of the Daha farmers. Of course, there's obviously a legislation that is in place, and therefore the production support capacity building is guided by that. And that is why, as a province, we have opted for incubation, so that those that are able to produce cannabis, they can then do that in an incubation area that is protected within the law, so that their product then can be transformed into a product that could be sold into the market. But we do engage with key stakeholders, Honorable Chair, as to how best this initiative can be taken forward. But we do take we acknowledge what has been said, and as part of the department plans, those things will be taken into account. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Nana.
Enkosi mhlala ngaphambili. Bendisathi ke mhlala ngaphambili uSizuki no Honorable Maqhubela bathatshile kule nto and uthe ke iya noko nisingathile. Imicimbi bendifuna ukuvela nayo mibini. Qala kulo mcimbi we-mud schools athi kumphathiswa kuthiwa ngoku zi-inappropriate schools. Ndifuna ukuba specific kuba sendiye kade kakabini kwesi sikolo kuthiwa yiNkalweni Junior JSS, Junior Secondary School na iselibode. Ndinqwenela ukuqonda apha kumphathiswa uba njengomntu mna ebekhe waya kwesaa sikolo amatyeli amabini, noko imeko ayintlanga phaya. Ingaba umphathiswa wesi sikolo uyasazi kwaye ingaba zikhona na izinto abazilungisayo okukube esaa sikolo naso sifane nezinye izikolo. Kungenjalo, criteria ethini esetyenziswayo xa kuzawulungiswa izikolo njengale 144 besithi ilungisiwe neze bezibizi ubana bazawuzenda over. Criteria ethini elandelwayo khona ukuze laa community yasenkalweni iyazi nayo le criteria izame ukuhamba okanye izame ukumitha le criteria khona ukuze esaa sikolo sasenkalweni naso sikwazi ukulungiswa okanye bokhelwe sifane nezinye izikolo. Umcimbi wesibini apha ku-Department of Agriculture ndiyaziva ii-plans ezihlala ngaphambili zintle kakhulu, kodwa ndiphantse ndifuna ukuqiniseka into yoba uyawungqinelana nami into yokuba ubukhulu becala umtyholi uba kwi-detail, uba kwinkcukacha xa ku-implementwa ezi plans. Omnye ke waloo mtyholi kwinkcukacha ngumcimbi because umhlekazi uDiamond ulimenshine kakhulu eli gama lonika inkxaso, unika isapoti kula mafama, which is good, but lo mtyholi ndithetha ngayo nje kwinkcukacha ungqamene naba bantu sasithi kudala ngabalimi, i-extension officers. Sakhono sithini abanaso abelimi banamhlanje? Kuba sawukhumbula okanye ngokucinga kwam lo mcimbi woformalayizwa kokulinywa kwe-hemp ne-cannabis ngumcimbi omtsha njengoba umama betshilo. Loo nto ke ngoku yenze your conventional extension officers ababetreyinwe eFort Cox kwi-livestock nasekulimeni umbona bangakwazi ukubanceda aba balimi bentsangu ne-hemp kuba bona kuqala i-training yabo ayizange i-include into yokulinywa kwentsangu plus ne-hemp. Umbuzo wam ke uthi abelimi abe-extension officers ziredi kangakanani na ukuncedisa aba balimi? Kuba ukuba ngaba abantu balima ezi crops abafumani inkxaso kurhulumente, kuzawubizwa ezaa nto zii-consultants ezizawubiza imali eninzi. Enkosi kakhulu.
Siyabulela Honorable Nana. Honorable Ncitha. Honorable Ncitha. Hey, Honorable Ncitha akakafumaneki. So ndicela sibe siphendula education. MEC Gada. MEC Gada.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Chair, but bengikhe khawuka kancinci kodwa ndikhona Chairperson.
Une question apha ebibuzwa ngu-Honorable Nana in connection with Nancy, kodwa ngicela aphinde kwakhona ayibeke kahle kwenzela into yoba ningabi ngathi in-appropriation yesikolo sasenkalweni JSS nesinye isikolo ngoku ngicela u-honorable Nana akayithethe kakuhle uzoyimamela because bendicinga uba umamele ngala mzuzu nami ikhona into eye yandiphazamisa. Ndiyaxolisa honorable Nana.
Hayi, akho nkathazo.
Kuba nje ingathi laa question yakho yakwa-education.
Oh, okay. No, bendisithi mphathiswa, kukho isikolo esiselibode enyandeni ekuthiwa Inkalweni JSS. Sele ndiye kabini kwesaa sikolo. Kwenye igame ndandihamba noYusuf Kasim. Imeko yesaa sikolo imbi kakhulu. Ndivile ke le yoba uthi sawunida ii-billions ezibambekayo, ezibonakalayo nje futhi ukuba ngaba sizawulungisa zonke izikolo zethu. Kodwa umdla wam ndifuna uzuma in kwesaa sikolo okokuba yeyiphi icriteria eniyisebenzisayo ukulungisa izikolo okanye ukwakhela ii-communities izikolo, so that laa community i-advise accordingly ikwazi ithi xa iphinde izokwenza isicelo izame umitha le criteria yethu kuba imeko yesaa sikolo imbi kakhulu. In a nutshell, ibe ngumbuzo wam lowo. Enkosi kakhulu.
MEC.
Enkosi, hayi ndimvile chairperson. My apologies man, ngoba ndimane ndiqhawuka. Ndicela uxoleleka chair. It is inappropriate into yoba sicele ilungu liphinde question. I'm apologetic to that one, chair. Chair, I would have to find a way of zooming back to a written reply on this one. Kuba I might not have a prompt answer to the member. Kodwa ke in principle, when we consider to either renovate or build a school, there are two areas that we are looking into. One are the current numbers. Of the school, so that you don't build a school that has got lesser numbers and not prioritize the ones that have got bigger numbers in the current district itself. For example, ubuya qaphela kule veki bendise Port St. John's, Lusikisiki to be precise, Etoli Senior Secondary School, one of the bigger senior secondary school in that area, in the province in general, for that matter, and also one of the most productive school that gives us 100% results in grade 12 significantly. Intervening through the public-private partnerships, so that we can elevate each department kule crisis kuyo yolwakhiwo lwesikolo. So I'm saying I would want to just go back to the department and check the profile of the school, so that mhlawumbi kungenzeka into yobana ipha ku-B5 kwa-public works i-process yesisikolo, but I cannot confirm now because nami ngibamba ngoku ndilapha. Kodwa ubana ngaba sisikolo esingakhekanga, sisikolo esikwi-mud school, bane-process ye-districts abayisebenzisa submissions ngokwe-districts kuthi as a head office yakwa-infrastructure, then kwenziwe ke i-reprioritization of such schools. A problem that might have affected this school and other schools in the current financial year, the crisis ebekhe sanayo in the past 2 years, yokumiswa kwe-projects that were running, that were costing us close to 6 billion rands. Close to 6 billion rands. Phofu i-department imali enayo xa udibanisa i-allocation is 1.6 billion rands per financial year. Now, the question is, how does the department in the past 5 years committed in these projects such that they overlap into plus minus 6 billion rands? Sathi ke ngoku ezi projects below 60% completion mazimiswe, kungakhiwa nasiphi na isikolo esitsha yonke imali yakwa-infrastructure ebi-budgeted for infrastructure iyogqibezela eza projects zika-2016, zika-2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020 incomplete, so that you phase out all those, that embarrassment that we have done. Yoku commit department projects that are not, that are outside of the financial muscle of government. So esikolo if besingakhiwanga kula period inoba sichaphazeleke kula decision, kodwa ke chairperson, I will further probe whether asikho na kule prioritization ka B5 sinayo ngoku public works and other schools, so that we can, before you complete the visit, sinithumelele a written reply on this one, Chair.
Okay, siyabulela Dlamini. Uqinisekile no Honorable Nana umamele. Uyakwenza i-follow up ke nothi apha Honorable Nana, Honorable Gada uthe iinkcukacha zeze azawuzibhala ezinye zezinto, noko akekho selungelweni loba akunike information engeyiyo, uzawucela ukubana ilandele ngembalelwane. Ndiyabulela Maqabane. Ngicela utata uDaimani aphendule kwinto ye-extension officers ne-training yazo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And indeed, our Doni Institute, which is the scientific institution of the province, is conducting training of all extension officers, particularly in areas where cannabis and hemp is prevalent. So there is a provincial technical team of scientists that are training our extension officers. And as a province, we have an extension recovery plan, which is mainly a program that seeks to develop extension officers, both in terms of their skills, but also to make resources available for them to be able to be operational, to be able to operate throughout the province. So they are trained formally through our scientific institution at Doni, led by our scientists, but also they are also exposed to areas where cannabis is currently being grown, particularly areas where there is commercial activities. So they are taken to trials to see how this plant is expected to be cultivated and how best they can support farmers. It is an ongoing process, Honorable Chair, and will obviously improve as we move along. But in terms of the training program, there is a designed training program and some kind of mentorship that we provide to the extension officers. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, Mtaka Diamond, ukhona umbuzo obubuzwa ngu-Honorable Ncitha, but ndiyibambe mvanga kakuhle ethetha ngendaba ye-time frame. Andiyazi noba ikhona nento eyivileyo apha. Ungakwazi na uyiphendula. Okanye uba awuvanga uyawuske athethe nawe ngaphandle. Ngoba sine-problem yokungamfumani.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I did take down that question. Honorable Chair, according to our plans, all the planning processes are expected to be completed in this financial year, next financial year of 2023-2024, because we are engaging with the Council on Higher Education, in order to get all the approvals that are required for a college. We plan that it will obviously be operational in 2023-24 financial year. So those are the time frames that we have set for ourselves. However, we also depend on the approvals by these structures. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Members, nazo i-responses bendicela kandazi ngomkhulu man isicelo. Ndicela simuveni ngoku kwezina i-presentations sisaya kwekameya e-OR Tambo nekameya e-Alfred Nzo. Andiyazi noba singakhe siqhube namaqabane. Kapha kwa-economic development sisenengxakana, akukabikho nto ndingakwazi uyiripota so far. Endingayiripota nje uba kuthiwa bakwi-portfolio committee. Andiyazi ke uba noba iripoti le khange bayenze na. Kodwa ke uba ukhona umntu okwazi ukuba angasincedisa ngeripoti okanye akwazi uyiprezenta angayiprezenta, but ukuba akekho ndicela simuve. Andiyazi noba maqabane ndirongo na. Ukhona ondivumelayo?
Lelethu Chair, ndiyayisapota le yoba masimuve, and also ndiyingqina nale yoba kweza clashes beziripotiwe izolo of the legislature program and the provincial NCOP week ziyasi-affecta ke ngoku. But ke sicelile into yoba u-Honorable Umvoko makathumele iripoti leyo xa ingakwazanga kuthumela umntu ozoyiprezenta. So ndiyakuxhasa ke sihlalo xa usithi masimuve to o-executive mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Ndiyabulela Mama Mkupane. Ndicela sigqitheni. Ungaba uredi u-executive mayor wase-OR Tambo? Ukuba uredi simcela kwi-platform.
Chair. Chairperson.
Yes.
Cela uxolo Chair, ndimulwazi.
Yes, Lwazi.
Chair, bendine suggestion Chair, Alfred Nzo sebeyithumele i-presentation. I don't know noba singaqala ngabo since while we waiting for enye presentation ifike.
Okay, Lwazi.
Enkosi Chair.
All right. I-OR Tambo ayikabikho ready. If at all ayikabikho ready, sihambeni simuveni to Alfred Nzo, yona seyi-ready. OR Tambo? Okay, let's move to Alfred Nzo. Iwese sebeyiflayithile ne-report yabo. Executive Mayor from Alfred Nzo, siyakwamkela kweli qonga. Iqonga lelakho silinika wena.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili. Mandibulele executive mayor so Tambo. Uvukile kwamhlelembala. Wase Alfred Nzo.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a mistake. No, enkosi. Ngokwe program esiyinikweke and because of whatever 15 minutes we were told uba sothetha i-hour kodwa I'll try and summarize. Ibivele singena kuthatha hour. I-district council yethu ngokwe-demographics zethu as Alfred Nzo ileni ivez le inedolophu, we've got 4 local municipalities, which is Matatiela, Umzimvubu, Odibanisa, Imatasibeni, Nakwabata, Intabankulu, Nowini Matikzela Mandela. Sibeno map 2, map 2, onenda ezielo, I'm colorblind again, and I want to zoro zikri nakanya, which shows the urban part of the towns in the Alfred Nzo, and the green one, the rural parts. It simply shows that map, that municipality where it is rural. Also, the demographics of Alfred Nzo, sine programs from the population. The population to starting from 2011 up to date, as if with census. At 2020, I'm just going to focus on the 2020, we're at 892, 440. against 2011, which we were 801, 344. It simply means siyenyuka from 2010 to 2020 by 0.92%. As it was indicated reporting in Ayo, so on, so to summarize. Population by gender.
We agree with you.
Okay. Population with gender, I mean population by gender. It municipality 2 males and females split into population was 85.7 males, 100 females in 2020. In total, there were 53%, 86% females, and 46.14 males. It is District 2 has significantly more females at 53.86 than males when compared to typical table population, which I showed you before. This mostly probably an area with high male out-migration to look for work elsewhere. Population by group. In total, African municipality population consists of 99.12% Africans, which is 885,000, 0.24% white, 2,100, which is 0.43 colored, and Asians at 0.2%, 0.22%. The largest share of population is within the babies and kids from 0 to 14 years age category with a total number of 335,000, which is or 39.2%. As it is written, the age category with the least number of people is retired, old age 65% and older, age category with only 54,000 people, as reflected in the population parameters below. Number of households. If the number of households is growing at faster rate than that of the population, it means that the average household size is decreasing and vice versa. In 2018, municipality was comprised of 198,000 households. This equates to an average annual growth rate of 1.41% in number of households from 2008 to 2018, with an average annual growth of 0.87%. The average household size in African municipality is by implication decreasing. In poverty, in 2020, there were 766,000 people living in poverty. Using an upper poverty line definition across the district municipality, this is 15.32%, higher than 664,000 in 2010. It simply means the percentage of people living in poverty has increased from 81.51% in 2010 to 85.81% in 2020. That graph shows from 2010 to 2020, about where we are now. I don't think I need to explain it, it's clear. About where it explains what I've said above. Then poverty, again, percentage of people living in poverty African so by 2020, that graph indicates per municipality that Matatiela is better, Umzimvubu is better, Winima Tigzela Mandela, which is current Bizana. I'm sorry by that flag. It's Winima Tigzela Mandela, is higher and Abankulu, even second higher from Winima Tigzela Mandela. That graph shows that. The other one, let me just pass it, education. On the education, I'm not going to make an emphasis because the MEC already has spoken, but education is in its measures represent the highest level of education of an individual using 15 years and older age category. There are colors from the far right from the graph. Ithetha ngabantu abane-matric and postgraduate degrees, matric, bachelor's degrees, matric certificate, njalo njalo. La as a graph, they show that from 2010 to 2020. Alfred Inzo, which is the second slide, number of people without any schooling decreased from 2010 to 2020 with an average annual rate of 5.67%, while the number of people within the matric only category increased from 44,200 to 66,700. The number of people with matric and certificate or diploma increased in an average annual rate of 6.18%, with the number of people with matric and bachelor's degree increased with an average annual rate of 3.04%. Overall improvement in the level of education is visible within an increase in the number of people with matric or higher education. The other slide talks of the highest level of education. The Alfred Inzo, Eastern Cape, that graph explains itself. The number of people without any schooling in Alfred Inzo accounts from 12.18% of the number of people without schooling in the province, and the total share of 1.63% of national. In 2020, the number of people in Alfred Inzo with matric only was 67,700, which is shared of 6.70% of the province total number of people that has obtained matric. The number of people with matric and postgraduate constitutes 6.55% of the province and 0.49% of national. Highest levels of education age 15 and above. It shows matric as similar to the one I've been explaining. It targets based to municipalities, Matatiela, Umzimfubu, Winema Tigizela Mandela, and Abankulu. It shows that graph. I'm not going to dwell in much. I think committee members are going to read it. But it's easy to understand it. On good governance, as I've said in my introduction, we've got 4 municipalities. For the last 3 consecutive years, for the last 3 consecutive 3 years, our audit opinion as municipality, district municipality, 2028, 2018 it was unqualified, 2019, 2020 unqualified, 2020, 2021 unqualified. We are stated to unqualified currently. Winima Tigizela Mandela, 2028, 2019 unqualified, 2020, 19 and 2020 unqualified, 2020, 2021 unqualified. It's a clean audit. Umzimfubu, 2018, 2019 as qualified, 2020, 2019, 2020 qualified, 2020, 2021 unqualified. Ndabankulu unqualified for the last 3 years, unqualified. Matatiela unqualified. We're proud of this chart because this shows that there is unity amongst our municipality. It's not easy to get these unqualified. When there is unity, I mean, there is a stability within the municipality, administratively and politically. That's what shows. But we are aware that it's only Mandela humanity audit. We are pushing other municipalities to go to that, not only Mandela and other municipalities. At least now we're unqualified, just to take 2 or 3 municipalities to be clean audit. We are doing that because we are assisting each other as municipalities. We budget under budget here too. It is a municipality, it's source of revenue. We get it from national grants, provincial grants, grants in kind, water services, sanitation, investments, and fire levy. That's where we get budget here too. The budget or the municipality has adopted a system of budgeting for the surplus in order to ensure that the municipality maintains positive cash flows. Currently, for the last 3 years, 2027 to 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, Simene deficit, Simene surplus. which assists us because we don't have any deficit for the last 5 consecutive years. We as a can't spend a deficit, we've got surplus currently, which is just over 3 million. We deficit surplus yet. We don't have any deficit as municipality. And the budget here too, the municipality, under liquidity, the municipality has gradually moved from 0 liquidity ratio to a 3:1 ratio in 2021. Currently, it's at 3.06 as illiquidity. That shows in Luba we've got more liquid. And it's easy, and it's easy to calculate it because you divide the current asset by the current liabilities, then you get that. That's what currently we are having. The municipality has received an unqualified opinion, as I've said, from Auditor General for the Onkelemi and plans, and this limited the emphasis of the matters is on the following areas: is there water losses, debt in payment, irregular expenditure not fully investigated. The question can be asked persons and only we've got the plan against Ilandelayo to address those things, because we can't go to to clean audit if we don't address those things. In management with the council, we've got plans to deal with those things. The challenge is there is a challenge of low revenue base with the district. The district is rated as a second poorest district with a huge number of indigent households with a high number of unemployed communities. This has impacted in revenue collection negatively, and this includes the COVID-19 pandemic. Plans are in place to review and recraft the revenue enhancement strategy in order to explore all avenues of revenue collection, as well as zooming into socio-economic outlook. The municipality has a huge backlog with the funding. The core mandate of the municipality is water and sanitation services. However, the funding is very limited. On the basic infrastructure, the slide talks of the number of municipalities, total households, almost all unserved, served percentages and served percentages. We've got 56,668 households, 78,933, unserved 17,935. In terms of percentages, 68.5% served, 81.5% unserved. But that indicates that the only thing I can indicate on that slide is that
Honorable Mayor, I'm sorry for disturbance, but ndiyazibona izilights zakho useku-27 of 122. Uba ethi ungakukhangele ezindawo noko oqonda uba uyabo andikule kodwa
no, fine.
At least phangofo ungabe sowugqibile. Noko i-30 minutes yakho uyityile kakuhle, ndiyaxolisa.
No, fine.
Sorry
fine.
for interruption.
Okay, sir. Otherwise, the other slides, from the unfortunate part is that the slides are page 1. From this snap graph here, this slide, which I think page 41. At page 41, Greater Mbizana RBWS project background. The Greater Mbizana, this frustrates. This is a Ludege Dam Salo, which was constructed in 2008 by Ora Tambo then. Before when Bizana and Tabankul was under Ora Tambo, now it's Alfred's. Initially, this dam was to serve part of Noza and the whole of Winematic Mandela. We've got challenges there. It's supposed to be the 14.5 megaliters a day, the 10 megaliters a day, normally what the rising main for command reservoirs has been completed. Dam capacity can serve up to 100% of the Winematic Mandela population upon accommodation possible from Tamvuna River. The Nomlatu Dam is designed in bulk of 100 mega liters a day upgrade to 20 mega liters a day to cover 100% of Iweni Matigzala as a whole. But what is happening is that, can you summarize, we've got a shortage yemali and it because currently they serve only 13 watts out of 32 watts. Now the recommendations proposed bulk infrastructure with largest land alive. That there is an amount of 100 billion, which is with Umgeni water from phase 1 of Greater Bizana RBWS. This money was intended to continue with the bulk line, but at the time the district had not started with the articulation. Lama Liba Singaifumana, yes, I minister, the current minister about that. Sita Luba Sineti swear Galamali, so that once Genelama went to the election of the whole Bizana will be fine. Interventions to required as a relation of the planning studies by the Department of Water and Sanitation for dams to supply the 3 local municipalities. These studies will assist in unlocking projects to deal with water resources security of the district. Funding for the implementation of the dam studies projects, assessing the regional bulk infrastructure grant funding with Umgeni water for secondary bulk of the Great Bizana regional bulk water supply. Jalo Jalo, we can go to another slide. The proposed bulk of there are the key challenges. The key challenges now they are clear, shallow. We have got those key challenges. We can go to another slide. Electrification. And electrification, I can summarize that one, sir. That is only Matatiela and game electrification. Otherwise, the whole district were at an average of over 95% young electrifier emission. The only challenge is banayo the vandalism khona bi pregnant resource ezibonisayo ukhunjwa kwentambo nemizi eyakhiwayo emveni umasipala egqiba kufaka umbane kuloo ndawo eminye imizi sisale sakhiwa ngasemva. And we said we need to talk with inkosi sixoxe nazo because ikhona lento bokusenza imizi ufaka umbane xa ugqiba ufaka umbane xa uya kwenye ilali usale usakho imizi uvula amanxiwa amasha yenye yezinto exayikisayo leyo. Although we are aware kuba as infield zenziwa ngu-Eskom, but abantu babe ne-challenge bababuyele kwamasipala. We can go to the slide that's page 52. Page 52. The storm damaged schools. It is a report which is similar to what MEC presented. Ithetha ngezikolo ezadamejekayo kwacelwa kumasiphalele to minister by the relevant department, provincial at the level to national. These are schools. Iyasho by isikolo, number of schools. Iyasho schools assess the number of affected classrooms that will not open by January 2022. Jalonja. I think that one is also clear. All those lies. Now page 53 is clear. Let's go to schools with all those schools with inappropriate structures. The report the MEC unayo. So guy Peter Young and our education, zonke ezazilies education. The schools without sanitation, page 62. Sorry, page 62. Those are schools without sanitation. Zonke ezawolandelana kwazo. La number zezisinazo apha. Siget gqitha schools without water again. With slide just landelayo. These are schools. Then on community development, which is page 64, there is a high, the disaster risk management. Each OKH is working very well. Now, previously, during the time of COVID-19, we're working very well with the job, even currently, it's served by the executive man. The municipality is known to be disaster prone and has been affected by numerous disasters over the years. Disaster-affected families are often given necessary support in form of relief materials. Although this year, sibe ne-problem because kuyanetha imvula ziyeki, and you'll remember that khona bridges ebezikhona ukuthi amanzi eqa ngaphezu kwazo, they are existing. And so the problem which happened was that xa zaziconstructwa ziphansi, ngoku zifuneka oomasipala, local municipalities zithi xa senze bridges, because le nto climate change yasenza sathi sibeke phi na ii-bridges zibe phezulu. We can go to a slide just to page. I think all of this relates to disaster and number of things. We can go to under page 74, page 74. The local economic development, which is LED. The Alfred Inzo, in programs and also the local economic development unit programs in the agri-park program, page 78. At page 78 slide, page 78, sorry. In the agri-park programs, which aims to bring about the rural transformation and sustainable economic growth within the district through the commercialization of agriculture sector and the creation of valuable chains. And AGRIP is a network innovation system of agro production, processing, logistics, and marketing, training, and extension service located in the district municipality. As a network, it enables the market-driven combination and integration of various agricultural activities and rural activities and rural transformation services. This program has 3 projects, namely cropping development, infrastructure development, and marketing and branding project. Yes, now you to slide 82. A number of SMMs supported for job creation. Nasia, they are clear. We can go to same 83. The question is number of SMMs supported or jobless. What next? The continued support of cropping beneficiaries, drafting budget of 25 million, continued agri-infrastructure support, fencing, irrigation systems, draft budget of 4 million, finalization of storage of facilities and processing hub at 83 million. We can go to slide 90, page 90. Availability of land farming and industrialization of hemp and cannabis. Imatiatela has a database under the Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform, which shows farmers that are having interest on production of hemp and cannabis. There is also availability of agriculture technicians in Alfred Nzo region and also in Matatiela, who are assisting the above mentioned farmers with technical skills of how to produce massively and productively in arable land that they are farming in. Some of the farmers have also started to apply for licensing in order to produce cannabis and massive scale for the purpose of commercialization in the industry and for value chain addition that also be done in this commodity. 1,000 hectares of productive fertile arable have been identified in Matatiela because of the reasons mentioned above. That's Matatiela. The challenges as the corner regarding this next slide. If farmers are not registered yet, they have not. Okay, challenge the farmers as got registered. They have not yet located cannabis and hemp licenses. They have not yet located a private partner so to have a seed capital when they kick-start their businesses. Intervention, the farmers will need financial support. The farmers will have to nurtured with appropriate skills in order for them to be equipped and have the potential to produce cannabis and hemp at a maximum production. We can go to slide, page 98. Winnie Madikizela Mandela. Winnie Madikizela Mandela, 98. On 98, the key economic drivers as prioritized in LED strategy in Winematigzela Mandela is agriculture, tourism, wholesale and retail, manufacturing, mariculture, construction and mining, and are said to be underdeveloped. The agriculture potential are more inland, while tourism potential is more coastal. Mining has a potential in both coastal sand and titanium and inland for aggregate. 103, page 103. Agriculture development high impact projects. Cannabis, our aim focus was on the cannabis. That's why Matiatela setting out. But on this one, these are projects, is industrial project development as a high impact project. Gogwase Winnie Matigzela Mandela project and hectares planted. So we have got a potential over potatoes over 400 hectares currently. Sweet potato and Madumbe, 150 hectares. Macadamia nuts currently planted 50 hectares. T3 already planted 25 hectares. Cannabis 50 hectares. A Kolobeni village. This is what is happening currently in Winematigzela municipality. Which is 104, page 104. Eastern Seaboard, a new smart coastal, I think we all know about it, African city, is envisaged being conceptualized in 4 districts, which is Uku, Alfred Inzo, Herigual and Ortambo, and 70 local municipalities between Eastern Cape and KZN. A letter of support has been done to the minister and MISA. Regional SDF, our reviewed SDF is before council that is sitting. A local municipality and the agency as a district are engaging in a high impact projects. The outstanding is in public participation with communities. Can we go to page 116 for Ntabankulu? In Ntabankulu local development special plan, or on the enhancement cooperation approach through promotion of investment opportunities available in our area. Lobbying strategy partners is our overarching goal with a key performance area. Part of the recommendations tabled by the office of the 17th 2020, we cancel for 2021. The council Ntabankulu in the same meeting, yellow date, identified number of projects against the party. It was where in Ntabankulu, page 120. Sorry, page 120. Sorry, page 120. Page 120. Page 120. Okay. The cannabis in Ntabankulu, cannabis has taken a brave step and has pressed interest in taking the lead in developing the cannabis industry in Mpondoland region. The cannabis facilitator was appointed to serve the purpose of conducting research on the quality of the cannabis that is currently being produced in Ntabankulu to create a local industry. Several engagements and awareness campaigns were conducted in communities that previously practiced farming. The municipality has total number of beneficiaries as 463, total number of 201 pills, 4,105, total number of stall keys, get one pie, yonke lando ikona Ntabankulu. In Ntabankulu, the advantage was that it was one of the local municipalities which visited Canada with the former MSC of Agriculture, but because as we get a report AIC to Funeke, the intention is to apply cannabis around when down as a But in our case, where people are active, we send Ntabankulu. And bona sebenom gama mwambile omkhulu ulendi thetha ngale cannabis Ntabankulu. I'm sure bona bayenza priority enkulu. But you can go to page 122. 122. Part of the recommendations tabled by the office with December Council, Ordinary Council, recommendation was established of the villages and what cannabis committee, marketing the potential national broadcast was done on 24 February this year, where investors and strategic partners were lobbied to partner with the committee members. The municipal approach to the cannabis industry is that of private-public partnership, ensuring efficiency in utilizing available national resources. Scientific evidence validates availability of cannabis products that could be potentially considered for industry processing in Tabankulu wards. The next slide is challenges. The issue of licensing is the same. There is a challenge of funding of massive production of hemp and cannabis. There is a challenge of resources such as fencing of fields, import storage facilities, transportation, water, capacity building in order to respond to the needs of the market. Determination of available land has not been properly done, and land mapped for this purpose across the region. Conclusion is last slide, 124 page. The district has adopted the district development model and is currently reviewing to close gaps that were identified during the DDM assessment by the National Court. The challenges faced by the municipality's basic service delivery and economic empowerment require participation of all sectors. SOP's private sector through the district development model to ensure that collaborated efforts and budget complement each other to achieve greater results. Change will not come about without some far-reaching interventions. The time for integrated radical economic transformation intervention is now. Siyabulela hlala phambili.
Siyabulela nathi sodolophu. Noko usizamile ngexesha. Kodwa ke sinyamezele, uyakubona mos unyamezele. Kodwa kakhodo. Ngicela sifumane i-report yase-OR Tambo kwenzela uba sikwazi usidibanisa naxa sibuza ii-questions. OR Tambo. OR Tambo. Members andiyazi noba ndinengxaki nane-OR Tambo okanye kwenzeka ntoni, kudala ndiyikhwaza andiyiboni. Ndicela si-interakthe neripoti yase-Alfred Nzo. Ndicela si-interakthe neripoti yase-Alfred Nzo. Ukhona bane-questions, bafuna i-clarity kule report yase-Alfred Nzo? Hello?
Yes, mhlala ngaphambili. Umlindi.
Oh, okay. Masiye, Honorable Nana.
Uyandiva?
Yes.
Wakhona mhlala ngaphambili.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Enkosi kakhulu okhona. Umeya wase-Alfred Nzo uyabonakala uba bebepreparerile mhlala ngaphambili. Njengoku ndazi ndingumntu okholelwa ekuyinikeni i-credit when it's due. Ifake isibephu xa kufuneka kufakwe isibephu. Ndithi mani masiyincome loo nto mhlala ngaphambili ukuba xa bekwazi ukuprepara izilights ezingaka for le ntlanganiso ibonakalisa ukuthatha kwabo serious umsebenzi wabo kwakunye nomsebenzi owenziwa eParliament. Ndithi ke noko mandibancome ndibabulele. Ndiyaqonda enye into kaloku mhlala ngaphambili ilaa nto uba kukho nopotwana phaa ematatele, uyabona, so noba kumemana kukonsulta upotwana kwezinye zezi zinto. No, that was on a
Honorable
that
Dada.
was on a lighter note.
Order.
Lighter,
Siyababulelela ngoba bule.
lighter note. That was on a lighter note. So into ebendifuna uvela kuyo man chairperson. Mayor was quite thorough kwi-areas ezininzi. Nakwinto zamanzi was quite thorough. But kukho into endiqonda ingathi noko ubethe kozelekazi kuyo. And ngelishwa bendisanda ubona ivideo ku-YouTube a few days ago. Unless uthi abanangxaki nayo. Bendisanda ubona ku-YouTube a few days ago. Abantu beweliswa umzinhlava river. Befakwe edramini bavalelwe phaya. Indadi iflote ke ngoku nedram. Ndifuna ke ucheck umeya lo into yoba ithini iplan yabo malunga nokwakhiwa kwebhorho kwiindawo ezingenazo ibhorho, specifically laa nto bendiyibona yasemzinhlava. Noko laa nto borders on human rights violations, umntu afakwe etotini xa ezawuwelisa umlambo. Ithini ke iplan kamasipala ngeendawo ezingenazo ibhorho altogether? And I want us to zoom into la situation yasemzinhlava, as I said. But okwesibini, umeya xa ethetha ngebhorho uthi zikhona ezemkana namanzi ezinye zisezantsi. What is their plan to improve eza bhorho? Because unyanisile xa esithi le climate change nezi El Nino zitshintsha-tshintshanayo, inkomba yokubana sizawufumana imvula ezinkulu qho emva kwexesha elithile, kuphinde kubalele siphinde sifumane imvula ezinkulu emva kwexesha elithile. Now, to be proactive and not wait until disaster strikes again, zeziphi ii-plans bengumasipala abanazo uku-improve eza bhorho ezisezantsi uthi xa kunethile kufane ngathi akho bhorho? So umbuzo wam u-two-pronged mhlali ngaphambili uba ubambile. Enkosi kakhulu.
Honorable Chair, can you see my hand?
Honorable Makobela. Yes. I see only Honorable Makobela. Anybody? So far, Honorable Makobela, you can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Nana read my mind. Let me welcome the report by Alfred Jinzo. But Chairperson,
I'm sorry, Honorable Makobela. I'm sorry, Honorable Makobela. Can you please show up your face? Whether you want to.
Hayi, ndingasengxakini impela. Imani isimka wale network
yakho, ne? Okay, fine. Carry on.
Can you hear me now? Honorable Chair?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I'm just making an emphasis, Chairperson, that, Chair, this is a human rights month, Chair, and really, lo mcimbi wendlela, Chairperson, une-negative impact when it comes to access to e-health facilities, as well as access yezikolo for e-learners, Chair. So kukucebisa nje qha into okokubana nyani yona ngase kweza challenges zilistiweyo pha iprioritizwe and kube ne collaboration with other relevant government departments that can assist Alfred Nso chairperson. Will be linking ke lonto with the unqualified audit reports abazifumanayo, so that they can speak also to service delivery on the ground, chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makube. Anybody? Okay.
Mkupane, Chair.
Oh, okay, Honorable Mkupane.
Thank you, Chair. Mandibulele sihlalo nami, and I appreciate the report yase Alfred Nso as presented by the Honorable Executive Mayor.
Mama Mkupane.
Oh, yes, Ofa, enkosi sihlalo. Nithi mandize ke mzekweni ke sihlalo ngelithi i-report yase Alfred Nso i-clear and straightforward nakwezi slides dayijonga into yoba inayo nezazinto zithi what are the challenges as well as the proposals. Yakliye sihlalo nakule ndawo ithi nazi i-plans nendawo ezingekabi nayo i-cannabis and hemp, i-intentions nangokwe IDPs zasenzo zavela phaya zakliye sihlalo. But ke ndiphinde ndithi ngaske sihlalo ke ngoku kule nto ayirayizayo Honorable Maqhubela yemigwaqo. Mna ke i-concern enkulu zeza backlogs zamanzi. Water challenges, water services challenges, as well as the outstanding areas ezingena electricity. If we want to champion industrialization of our communities, kungaske le amanzi singanawo ngokwaneleyo, sibe nombane ngokwaneleyo, because most of the programs ne-projects ze-development zirana with water and electricity. Nempilo yabantu ke, which is the basic need and human rights need. Yokugqibela ke sihlalo, ndiyayikhuthaza ke lento ndiyibonayo kwezi documents, lento ithi they will produce and also process i-produce yabo. Unalanto yoba ufumane into yoba kuza kwenziwa i-raw materials ngabantu bakuthi bagqibe bayozithengisa zinjengoba zinjalo, zibuye sezidura ke ngoku sezivela kwabanye abantu abangesithi. So the initiative yasenzo ngaske singayisupporta kakhulu sizezi spheres of government ezidibeneyo apha namhlanje, the NCOP and National Parliament, uba apho besenza khona bezi primary producers makube sekuba ila value chain yenza into yoba i-local economic development ikwazi urotate, ikwazi utyeba inzo, singaproduce apha kanti siyotyebisa abanye abantu kwenye indawo. Ndiyabulela kakhulu sihlalo, enkosi kakhulu.
Enkosi Honorable Mkupane. Ngaba ukhona omnye onesandla esiphakamileyo? Ngoba apha kuma ndibona into. Okay, Executive Mayor. Executive Mayor.
Inkosi sihlalo ndikhona.
Ewe ndicela nesigaba sakho noko awunatyala ubethelelwa ngenqam lezweni. Awedwanga singakuncedisa isigaba sakho.
Okay, ayikho sihlalo. Mandibulele sihlalo, let me first appreciate you, honorable abancoma ireport yethu.
Yes.
Uzawuqhuba sisenza kanjalo.
Uhlale emva mna ngoku.
On the question of the access routes from Honorable Unana, I want first to explain this thing. As municipalities, although in this municipality were dealing with water and sanitation, but the report, even the report, but as municipalities, we only deal with access roads. It is correct that I said to go and present, there are bridges as corner, as imfushane, as akwayo futhi kakuhle, but imfushane. Amanzi ahamba ngaphezulu. But ours is to do bridges, the access roads. Other bridges ezinkulu njengale athetha ngayo yamanzi ebehamba nabantu bemigoma and everything. They are supposed to be done by the Provincial Department of Transport. Because it depends on the bridge down in an access road. It also deals with the maintenance of roads. We maintain our which are access roads. Access road, the roads between, I'm sure as we just mentioned, between the main road to Iskolo or Isbedlela or clinic. But you can't access Dolob at the main road in the container, so in the access road. The bridges, ever by local municipalities, specifically they are shorter, but but in most bridges, it's items by province. What then have we done as municipalities around this region? Through the ITP, net TDM, the province, in Duba, as bridges, because and abantu xa befika bebuza, they don't know the province and national, they know the local municipality. But through the TDM and the ITP, we said must notice as bridges is pagan. Not as local municipalities will do that. Access roads to roads in but the roads in most years and local municipalities is province. Provincial roads are bad. I was in Matiatela just recently. But to stand up and explain this is a provincial road, and people they don't know that the access road is corners in Jalonja. But Tina, what we have done is take it through the ITP and NTTM so that we talk to the relevant departments. On the question of the water, yeah, we have got 95% the universal access. The only challenge ever Konembale in the thing when it's I would think I was of Lelal when you live village. Usumani Wamasha at Tawale village, because the infant who figure again ends where ayo by ESCOM at Tatashala. The other problem which is Bona Yomban, Lombano Soneguayo with rural areas. Bawa Fumoyo Yao, Bawa Fumoya, when Zing like Banao. Our fun was a Tulopi. Nanzo in challenge but I agree with her. The no one of Nancy Kribe sends up a small corner because Ibanegi. But on the question, Yamans, it is correct that when Matic Mandela, Ubas Manuale Maleri, Nancy Lendo Yofagamans on Kepaya, that 100 billion 11 Tetangai, in that Gwin Matic. But going is that it will take us 20 years, that's honest, to address the backlog because it needs 20 billion. The question is that after 20 years, but I want also to differentiate two things. There is water ends where amounts of Tabapum is either Leos and Landela because it needs consequence management from us, Basens, the low managers, Uber whosoever officials. That it was net is Lazamaza Kapum, got a pipe of Fagi, we take that one separately. There is water, which is reliable. I've been in a case when I'm at Mandela, we have to man what December light, but because Umbana Uko the issue was Umba. Where's called? There is water, link a Le is it 20 years, who was a so young, based to women in one. I'm aware one can say email is one is tired was pinned as tired was pinned against balloon. But in Google says the globe process of was full man up in the pinned, so email is seen why being a piece by the man seen where goes as a paper, but based to we patch it in a while relates in relation to water. Iban here was we baluba saying at 20 years as we months. I'm sure if nothing like this, we're going to money, over so Fagwalamans and everything. I know we've got an appointment with the minister or relevant. I've spoken with him so that as near as as if no says, as Nemale, Tilefland, I was using the appointment so that we deal with that and goes.
Siyabulela Sotolu. Noko namalungu ingathi waqhuba kahle ndiwabona engekho aphakamisa izandla bebetshilo ke phofu bayibulele ireport yakho uba hayi uze kakuhle ubupreparishile noko nathi ke siyayibulela loo nto leyo siyincoma
Mahlalo
yebo Honorable Nana
Akwazi ukuphamisa isandla abahlalo kaloku hayi ume akaloku uyandiva hello
yes kodwa uyalahleka
noko unayo indawo yondiqa
ulahlekile Honorable Nana
hayi ndikhona ke salo ndim lo
usilahlekile asivanga sigqibela uthi umeya waphela wemka sikwazi ukusithi umeya utheni
ndithi umeya unayo indawo yondiqhatha particularly ngala mcimbi webrorho for la area yasemzinhlava le bendithetha ngayo ndiyamva nje uba uthi irresponsibility ye-provincial government. I accept that.
Honorable Nana, imandaweni nye. Honorable Nana.
In the north.
Honorable Nana. Honorable Nana. Sikugqibele.
Uyandiva?
Honorable Nana.
Yes,
Honorable Nana.
Yakuva.
Sikugqibele xa usithi umeya unayo indawo yokuqhatha uyayiva le brorho yasemzinhlava uba uthi i-provincial road ayiyo i-access road waphela kanjalo asikuvanga enye elandelayo.
Okay. No, bese ndigqibezela ngelithi I accept uba i-provincial road ayo responsibility yabo, but i-interest yam isekuthini yintoni bona
Honorable Nana. Honorable Nana. Honorable Nana. Honorable Nana.
Ukuze babeke ipressure. Hayi ndimisile chaphezulu.
Andazi noba ndithi jonge eMpumalanga noba jonge yima kanjalo ungaphinde umuve ngoku. Dilinde ke thetha ke ngoku sikugqibele. Gqibezela.
Okay. Bendisithi ke Sihlalo ndiyayiva le ndawo yoba ngumcimbi we-provincial government la ndlela. I-interest yam isekuthini bona as a sphere of government esikufutshane ebantwini benze ntoni okanye baza kwenza ntoni ukubeka ipressure kwi-provincial government, i-Department of Roads and Transport, ukuba yonke ibroho yaseMzimhlaba. That's my interest, Chairperson. Thank you.
All right, siyabulela John. Honorable Mayor. Honorable Mayor.
Honorable Nane Drive. That's why I said from our side through IDP, net DTM. With DTM, we meet with provincial departments, sector departments. So that's so that Babeke a commitment to these roads. Bebe corner as planning say to says the reporter Baba Corner, Spencer Baba and commit for over budget for this. Ours to make a follow-up on that one, on that one to the relevant MEC. We've done that through the ITP, we've done that through the DDM. We invited them, sector departments, all of them, we in those regarded one, and they were all part of the strategic planning said. And they presented about that. We said they should make a commitment on that one so that we make a code follow-up. I agree with him, but we've done that not at that level, and so that you do the oversight through the relevant departments as below you as NSOP. So that's long as assistant goes.
Siyabulela Sotulup. Enkosi ngentsebenziswano yakho, siyayibulela ne-report yakho, siyabulela ne-responses zakho. Masithembe into yobana igroup le izapho kuwe noko iyawuphatheka kakuhle, noko imicimbi uzame uyicacisa kangangoko, so kuzawuba lula kubo. Masikubulele. Siyabulela sihlalo.
Sorry, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, hayi ndingafa ndingayithethanga le.
Mayor kawumamela uthi angawawawu Honorable Maqhubela. Enye into andimboni apha kumbuphakamisisana.
Nam ndisiphakamisile sihlalo.
Okay.
Sorry, Honorable Chairperson. Ndikhumbule because it was a burning issue with the debt Chairperson as ndihlala napha kuyo. That is the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism Chair. Mhlawumbi ke i-district yase-Alfredinzo iyawukwazi ukuthi incedise kwezi local municipalities ibizimenshina apha. Andiyazi ke nayo noba ifolisha phansi kwazona kule action besiyifumene noko engamkelekiyo abayenzayo under i-LED. We don't know noba mhlawumbi i-understanding local economic development at a local sphere level. See, understanding ngokufanayo nathi, we are subject to corrections if we are wrong. But even the MEC, that's why bendinewari oba engade abe uyafumaneka, but I understand ukula portfolio committee ededet. And the apology yakhe yamkelwe apha emeetingini. Kuna challenge chair apha ethi if kuna strat plans or other training workshops bayaphuma outside i-Alfredinzo kuyobhukishwa koma-Durban e-KZN and yet bane-responsibility yokusupporta i-local economy yabo apha e-Alfredinzo nakwi-LMs zabo. And nathi kwisopa zethu siyayi-emphasize into yokokubana let us spend each and every cent esinayo sizezi government sphere within the Eastern Cape province. So une-guest houses khona apha e-Alfredinzo, une-B&Bs ezikhona apho njalo njalo. Nobukho babo mhlawumbi kwezo ndawo bakuzo umuntu uyakwazi nokayongena nasetown athenge something improve i-economy yakhona. Sithetha nge-economic transformation, but xa sizawuphela ke ngoku siyosupporta ngapha koma-Durban sishiya apha ithini le nto. Bendizake ke ndithi ke Chair, I don't want us to debate it, but xa sebehleli zabake bayijonge ke bake bayijonge broadly i-concept yayo ye-LED bakwazi ukuthi balungisane. It's not only bona kuphela, zininzi ezinye ziya koma-East London zishiye ii-regions zazo bezimenshina ke phana le ndisuka kuyiJoe Gqabi njalo njalo. Thanks, Chair.
Ndiyabulela Honorable Maqhubela, unyanisile le nto ithethayo ngoba nami binditye concern kuba nalapha eWathambo ndothuke xa kusithiwa bayakwazi uhamba babheke ngapha kude komaDurban beya kwi-strat plan beshiya apha, kodwa ke mhlawumbi umeya noko uya kuyiphendula bhetele, although ke usithi masingayixoxi ingxaki kodwa ikhona yona. Masiye Mama uMkupane.
Thank you, Chair. Hlalo kulento ithi, what is the district doing xa ibona i-delays kwizinto ezifana ntoba ziya-implementwa yi-province? Mna ke ndiphethe le ye-delays kwizinto ezidiklerishwe ngunational. Uba nayo ke ibekhe yavela ke kwezinye zee-district development programs, yavela nangexesha i-legislature ibisenza i-political buy-in kwezi districts zombini, OR Tambo and Alfred Nzo, is a visitor on behalf of the NSOP. Lando iti uSanral kuthiwe kudala declaration uba uzawulungiswa R56 from Matatiele areas somewhere, I don't know where, ayodibanisa kunye neKokstad. Ze kuphele lento uthi xa ungena kweli cala lasenzo Eastern Cape kodwa hayi ke icacile use-Eastern Cape apha kule Alfred Nzo, kwaxa kwelinye icala kuthiwe uyabonakala uba hayi ke ngoku ngu-R56 wase-KZN lo. Ndikhalela ukuqonda ke sihlalo into yoba what has the district municipality done in terms of reporting those delays ezenziwa nguSanral? Eyesibini ke sihlalo, yona bendikhe ndayicinga ukuyibuza ngexesha sine-ministerial briefing in the morning. Into ndaqonda uba kungenzeka into yoba ilapha within us as the province. Laa nto ithi sikhe sanesankxwe apha sitshekisha uku-implementwa kwee-policies zethu singurhulumente, sizibhaqa sine-water board that was established, constituted by males only. Sasenza isankxwe sisithi ayamkelekanga ke le nto. Now ndirhalela ke yona ukuyinikeza umphako apha kwii-permanent delegates zethu esiye saziwelkhama ke shushu izolo xa zilendisha e-Eastern Cape, uba sisaziwelkhama nanamhlanje kule formal meeting siyihleliyo. Uba sike zisitshekishele le nto uba i-oversight yethu kule nto yoku-establishwa kwee-entities nee-boards, le nto zingekho gender sensitive, sike sincedisane ngayo mhlawumbi ngaphambili. Enkosi kakhulu. Ndiyabulela.
Enkosi Sihlalo, enkosi Mama uMkupane. Ndiyabulela. Ukhona omnye umntu okanye ubani lo uthethayo apha?
Ndiza kubhatala ntombi.
Hayi, nwabisa
abantwana bakho.
Nwabisa. Phuma kuloo kona, ayinamanzi. Xolweni is members. Mayor.
Enkosi Sihlalo.
Behlala ngaphambili uxolo nje kancinci manisisi ngemvume yakho phamba umeya aphendule. Kukho into endiyilibalayo apha. Umeya ebekhe wachaphazela into ye-100 million esemngeni water. Ngokukwazi kwam ke ngaphambi ndazi ngohlobo olurongo umngeni water i-water board, i-water agency ese-KZN. Le mali seyofuna ntoni eyase-Eastern Cape? If yes, kwenzeka ntoni uba mayibe se-KZN? Sinazo mos nathi water boards apha ebezinoyigcina le mali. Inkosi Sihlalo.
Ndiyabulela ke ungowokugqibela ke ngoku kuzophendula umeya sizomuva ye-Alfred Nzo. Meya.
Inkosi Sihlalo. Mandicela apha ku-Honorable Nana. The 100 million was sent to the iwini Madikizela Mandela ne Tabankulu. They were under order. Then when the TFC processes of transfer win in the Tabankulu to Alfred Nzo, certain projects in Nemali they were supposed to be transferred to Alfred Nzo. That includes the farmers as a transfer. That includes the Mali maintain and once the project that's committed by the order. The 100 million is what was TFC programs. The 100 million was sent to Umgeni Water to continue as implementing agent to do the projects as a Great Ambizar. AI Tunyelwa by the department then AI from Tunyelwa because that 100 million was meant for that dam. It was only dam in Kulu or Tambi. Thousands of TFC processes. That 100 million was supposed to be landed a function now yet there. Yonela Demna Emali, independent agent, the water, Zangu transfer your side with. And we Yogopelaga from the report is conducted against use of the farming and everything. As in like in house, no water, if farmers a that's what happened. Well, at the Ella Damli million Jebland, Alumia at the Cuba. Li need 100 million ever formal Kikwenga by Bizana and we Nedabanku Zang, it's Alfred. So when you check to the report in the Bankulu, ne Winnie Matizala Mandela, the same Femansi, could be Mali also as Alfred Inzo, Zang transfer to Alfred Inzo. Two, Kupana. No, I agree. We'll make a follow up on article so that we discuss facilitator, Naba Pacha Westport. Go to again. Ibote esinayo thina mamkupana i-ana sinomama bathathu 100% omama bathathu asikabi nawo nenye indoda sasodwa kulethe ibhodi 100% omama bathathu kwibhodi yase-agents but I agree with her le nto ayithethayo 3 omama bathathu bakona bathathu akekho omnye umuntu omnye oligqwetha kuphela omnye otherwise yena ibhozakana 100% abantu abakhona ngothina kulethe ibhodi. Go to Lighted, I agree with her. Funegasil and Ule Yemikako road between Coxet to Matiatela Coxet and N2, Nemka Cosca 1 Cosan to N2 Panzigate R61. I met with the MEC relevant Mamuko Twitigan just recently, a week or two. I was unaware that those roads, Panzigua Sandra, that's information we were told. It was only that when I met with when Zegandoni Kalamka R61 between Bizana and Pagat, Lower Sematiatel, and there was Yapela now. Nanzige, what it transferred away Sandra. I only knew about that thing 2 weeks ago. Otherwise, we'd make a follow up on that one again. On the question of the training and Mama Kube, I think I agree with what they are saying. The Alfred Inzo stated that one, besides when said as it is written, not municipalities, they have former own municipality, I don't want to lie, but Alfred Inzo the municipality as yes, it was only trying against the word concern, which is under Alfred Inzo. CRB is the only thing in finance and because I agree and revenue within the Eastern Cape and so on. But when you calculate that and justify the lenders of Omaspa, we've got a position is coming from this region. We know our position. Obama Singer could have get KZN, see on your revenue when in there. But the only thing is Nazario through the national treasure. Thousands of codes, they are cheaper up the market, they are expensive somewhere. And as bad BNPs, they don't have capacity to accommodate number of people who workshops. Kodwa londo ayo reason ngathi finance parts ingena sibembalo singena bade ke babe ne-capacity to do that. But also, this cross across everyone. There are offices, provincial offices in Coxhead. Whenever MECs, MPs, and MPLs are coming to, they book a Coxhead. They don't book West BNP State of Gaza Panagut. They don't book what Kosan is few. They will book Coxhead. Whenever they come to site, that also goes to back to say there's a revenue. Again, I tell again MSC when they were raising this. I reminded one MSC now ngatulele Coxhead namhlanje uvukuya khona. I'm saying but so that as we see correct as in I always been arguing about this thing of booking and everything. Not even sector departments, when you talk about this, they are serviced in Coxhead, they are serviced in KZN, government vehicles. When you go to Matiatiela, they are parking Coxhead, they are using garages in Coxhead, they are using garages in Port Edward, they are serviced in Coxhead. But I'm not justifying anything. We need to correct our house, everyone needs to correct his house. Chalonja, and consider family.
Siyabulela Mayor. Members, noko uMayor wase-Alfred nje uzamile kodwa ke asinawuhlutha kwangoku. Masesiphinyamezelani noko ndicinga uba ezi beziphezulu bezingasiphathanga kakuhle masinyamezele simyeke sizokwazi udibana ne-OR Tambo. Mayor, siyabulela ngobukho bakho ne-presentation yakho noko usiphethe kakuhle. Ndicela sigqithe ke ngosiyeni e-OR Tambo. OR Tambo. OR Tambo.
Thanks so much, Chairperson. Greetings to you and greetings to all.
Uxolo nje kancinci, uxolo sodolophu. Sicela ubuso bakho okuba sibone noba kuzawuphinda ubuvale mhlawumbi ngenxa yenetwork. Dankona ubuvele ngokuqala. Ngoba uvele nazonke.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Chairperson. Greetings to you and greetings to all members present and everyone present in the meeting. Thanks so much for the opportunity to have this presentation, which I must disclaim, I'm not too sure it will represent what you expect of me, but I will strive to do my best. Once again, thanks so much for the opportunity. I will mention that by the time the current political administration assumed office, there has been some difficulties of relationship between the municipality and other government departments. And primarily, I will mention the National Treasury, to the extent that the Minister of Treasury had invoked Section 216 of the Constitution, which empowers him to withhold funding of the municipality once the municipality meets certain things that he is of the opinion that are not in the good interest of the population. So as we got into office, the municipality was not in a position to undertake its functions because starting from the equitable share to the conditional grants, all of them were withheld by the minister. I will mention that there were a number of areas that the minister had written to us, actually instructing us to meet with as a precondition for the release of the monies. But in general terms, one would say it was largely the kinds of decisions that our council had taken for the large part of the 20 calendar year. That included, amongst many other things, the decision to increase all salaries of the staff members by up to 2 notches. The appointment of a firm of private investigators that had not followed proper supply chain processes, the failure of the municipality to intensify its speed on the space of revenue collection, especially the formalization of the semi-urban areas within the district, and many other aspects that the minister had actually listed to say, as a precondition for me to consider, these are the things that you must do. Also at the heart of it was the issue of a budget that was unfunded, that the council had actually passed. So it's also the development of a strategy to reduce the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, briefly the UIF and W. So he also demanded that we present the strategy. So I will say that for the first few years of the term, the council was not in a position to move with any speed in the delivery of services, including in the implementation of expenditure in terms of the conditional grants on capital projects. So now the minister, having made those demands, we got support from COGTA in the province, from MESA, from National Treasury, with a team of experts that were to assist the institution navigate the waters, which work was formulated in terms of the work streams that were to concentrate on various aspects that we needed to address as the institution. I can say that work is currently underway. I can only jump to mention that after a few interventions that we made in seeking to comply with the demands which the minister had actually listed, he did send us a letter
Sotolo pulahlekile.
That confirms
Sotolo uye
the
wasilahleka.
departments, and as a result, actually, but now Emma Ndiavagala.
Sotolo.
Yeah,
Ndicela undenzele ifavor Sotolo. Khawuvale ividiyo lena mhlawumbe uzawuba bhetele because awuvakali ngoku. Sotolo.
Yes.
Ndicela uvale ividiyo yakho ukuncedisana nenetwork lena ngoba ngoku asikuva uye uba kude. Ndicela uyivale ividiyo mhlawumbe kuzawuba bhetele.
Am I on?
Yes.
I'm
Yes,
audible
you
now.
are audible. Yes.
All right, let me see if I can change the spot. Am I still audible, Chairperson?
Yes, you are audible.
Thanks so much.
Yeah,
Thanks. I'm not too much where we lost one another, but let me just say the minister has since written to us confirming that he is comfortable with the strides that we are making and that the department has taken a decision to lift Section 216 and will commence with the process of releasing finances so that we can carry on with the work that the municipality is supposed to make. But subsequent to that, we also got a letter again from the minister, which was indicating the intention to implement Section 139, 5A and C, to assist us on some financial aspects. I must mention that it was some kind of a confusing kind of a situation because they indicated clearly that the decision is based on the 6 months assessment that was done in June last year, which was talking to the same issues that the minister had written to us, that he had said we have moved some strides in resolving. So it made us to be a bit unsure if are we getting this communication on the basis of an assessment that has been left by the circumstances. But we are in the process as the institution of addressing those issues. Amongst the problems that I must mention, Chairperson, is this problem of an unfunded budget that we are busy working on, and which we are confident that in the planning process that we're currently embarked on, able to come up with a funded budget. The second problem that we're confronted with and which we're dealing with is the issue of the high salary bill, because as things stand, we are seated at 44% as opposed to the prescriptions of the norms. And in this regard, we are currently on engagement with unions, because it would appear that the agreement to lift salaries with 2 notches up was premised from delays that there were on the basis of delays that there were on the implementation of task. Now we are in agreement with unions on the process to fast track the implementation of task, but we are also in agreement that the expense that the municipality is currently incurring as a result of that unlawful decision is unbearable, and as a result, we cannot be able to carry along with. But it must be noted that we are seeking to ensure that we engage one another. We are seeking to engage one another because we do not want to see a situation where we must get each other taking each other to the court of law. Again, if you look at what has been happening for the previous years, the wasteful, fruitless, unauthorized and irregular expenditure has been increasing, and it is cumulatively amounting to billions. And as the current council, we've taken a decision to employ a focused approach in addressing it, because we're taking an approach that says, as we deal with our daily approaches to this subject, but we must have a special project that seeks to deal with it so that it can be processed through MPEC and then forwarded to council for write-offs where it is necessary, and for consequence management where there is a need to implement it. I would want to mention that as things stand, the council is in a good functioning kind of an arrangement, in that all committees of council have been set up. The administrative structure of the municipality is intact, with municipal manager having appointed and the director legislative services is also on suspension. There are other staff members below, all of whom have been appointed by the SIU investigation report, whose recommendations we are currently working on, because there were certain staff members that were pointed to have done wrong things in certain ways. So part of the issues that even the Minister of Treasury had raised was that we are not moving with speed in the implementation of the SIU report recommendations. It's one thing, Chairperson, I can say we're moving with speed in dealing with. So the vacancy rate at senior management is at 8% as we speak. Amongst other things that I would want to mention is that we have got very serious service delivery backlogs as the municipality. As things stand, we are seated at a little more than 50% in terms of the provision of water to the communities of OR Tambo. There are projects that were started with in the previous term that were aimed at addressing this, that unfortunately were stalled with the political turbulences that since came to hold the institution at ransom. And as we got into office, we have had a lot of conditional grants that were withheld by the minister that come from MIG in particular. As one will notice, part of the problems that confronted OR Tambo as far as water provision is concerned is that previously what the municipality had been doing would be to do water reticulation projects to communities without first being sure about the source and its ability to provide these communities with water consistently. So part of what was done through the KSD Presidential Intervention Project was to invest some resources in securing the source and the provision of bulk supply of infrastructure to the communities. So to all our local municipalities as we speak, there are projects that are bringing pipes to those local areas, including with the building of reservoirs that will assist with the provision of water to those communities. But having said, those projects had stalled, and it is only now that we have started with the process of bringing back those contractors to sites as a means of ensuring that the project of bringing water to the communities gets back on track. So the backlog in terms of water services sits at 225,000 households on sanitation, 64,000 formal dwelling units at 201,000, on electricity 38,800, and on refuse removal we have a backlog to households to the extent of 286,000 within the area. I may as well, Chairperson, mention that if you were to look at our interventions on the LED space, the current council has taken a decision that as we are in the process of planning, going to the close of the current financial year, we need to make very specific interventions, looking at the competitive advantages of the area, including repurposing of the Ndinga Development Agency. Because part of the things that are happening at Ndinga now is that a portion of the water provision function was taken to Ndinga, and we have the view that we want to take it back to the municipality so that Ndinga can concentrate on assisting communities on farming, so that Ndinga can assist the communities on projects such as bee farming and local tourism projects. We are busy working on those plans, putting the Ndinga at a new purpose to ensure that it concentrates on the local economic development, including the tannery industry. We have farms that are seated in Kokstad that are called Adam Kok farms that are owned by the municipality, where breeding is happening as things stand. And the livestock that is taken from there gets taken to our abattoir in Mthatha, where beef in particular is produced for the supply of local business. But what we have noticed is that we are not doing sufficiently in ensuring that local business actually procure meat from our abattoir. So we are currently embarked on a research to understand the reasons why, because most business people prefer to use other areas like East London and Durban for the supply of meat. I may mention that as a result of the withholding of the conditional grants and other funds to the municipality to the extent of 2016, we have had to revise our PIPs to ensure that we do not underspend, to ensure that we do declare to National Treasury the amounts that we are of the view that in terms of our capacity and in terms of the volume of work that has to be done between now and the end of the financial year, we are not left with unspent finances. So we have declared to National Treasury as Council up to the extent of, I think, 204 million to say this is the money that in terms of the revised project implementation plans, we are not going to be able to do. So we are currently seeking to enforce the newly revised project implementation plans. In the space of audit,
Yes, isiba ungathaya because asiziboni nezilight zakho and asiyazi uba ukuslide nababani how far uba ungagqiba but by 20 past if ungakukhangela ezi ndawo zibalulekileyo uzame noko at least by 20 past xolo uba ndikuphazamise sodolophu.
No. Thanks, Chairperson. I think I'm closer to landing, Chairperson, because I was going to mention. Thanks. Are we together, Chairperson? Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Uba ungasinceda uba ngabe report unayo ubufanele uba uyibhezile kodwa ke ngoku ayisaflayithwanga. If at all ungasinceda usithumelele kwenzela into yobana amalungu athi esiya kwezi ndawo ngomso abe enayo ireport.
Thanks, Chairperson. I will immediately forward it. I have tried to skip as much as I can. I was just going to mention that at least in the space of audit, we've seen some movement from the disclaimer that there was to at least a qualified audit opinion. So we are planning on building on that. But having mentioned, if that does not talk to our ability to reduce significantly on UIF and W of the institution, it will basically mean nothing. That is why we are determined towards ensuring that we reduce in that particular area drastically, as it is one of those areas that will improve confidence on our ability to run our affairs as the institution. That was my last point. Thanks so much, Chairperson.
Siyabulela Sotolu. Members, that's the presentation. Any class or anybody who want to seek clarity, questions, it's your time now. Dinengxaki ke members. Ndiye ndingaboni ophakamisileyo nongaphakamisanga. Noba umuntu nje ukwazi lathi ndingubani uzawubabhekela.
Honorable Maqhubela.
Honorable Maqhubela. Who's next?
Upon son.
Honorable Nana, ne?
Mkupani Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mkupana. Any member? Okay, on that order so far.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Ndibulisa again, Chairperson Umalungu, mayors, speakers, and chief whips of the two district municipalities, that is Alfred Nzo and OR Tambo, as well as the support staff. Chair, let me welcome the report as OR Tambo and commend the work that has been done so far, specifically in relation to the political stability that umeya athi sikhona phaya. Chair, mine is just a clarity-seeking question. As much as he is saying bayayilandelela le intervention, enayo confusion there and there from the National Minister's Office. I just wanted to check, Chair, what are the relations between them and COGTA at a provincial level now? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Maqhubela. Honorable Nana. Honorable Nana. Ndiyazi le toto uhleli kuyo. Hayi, ngixakiwe nguwe namhlanje. Masiye, Honorable Nana.
Uxakwe ngubani Sal?
Ngixakwe ngu-Honorable Nana, akafumaneki namhlanje.
Awuxolo.
Jonga kulahlekile ngoku.
Rosala awuxolo man.
Okay, khawume kanjalo uthethe ugqibe. Honorable Nana.
Ingcono no.
Ungcono yima kanjalo thetha ke ngoku ungahlukumi ungajongiseli left nase right.
Okay, no Sihlalo, into ebendinqwenela uyibuza apha kumeya. Mhlawumbi mandidlule nje kwinto ethi right xa esithi ezi stability ethetha ngaso umeya uzinzo ukuba uthi lukhona nyani iyawuba yinto encomekayo. Simbukela umasipala uphela kule term iphelileyo and ngelishwa ibinto eyenziwa kwazi-public reps. Masithembe nyani uba mhlawumbi ke le kona athi bayijikile ngoku. Umdla wam Sihlalo kule term iphelileyo iphele sendingazi noba ngowuphi obamba omnye ngowuphi obamba omnye ibiyicase eHigh Court enye phezu kwenye andizala bezingaphinda kodwa into endiyaziyo nje into yoba ezininzi kakhulu kwaye imali yabarhafu ebekumele uba meya isetyenziswa ekuziseni inkonzo kubantu baseWatertam isebenze ekulweni amatyala ezinkundleni. Now into endinqwenela uyitsheka apha kuwe yinto yoba nisisigqeba benikhe nahlala nayiqaphela into yemali esetyenziswe kwezi court cases. If yes, ikhona kwezo mali ibisebenze without i-authority, authorization from i-council, meaning the previous council. If yes, what is your plan to recoup such finances? Enkosi.
Ndiyabulela George. Ndicela uHonorable Mkupana.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, let me appreciate the report as presented by the Honorable Executive Mayor or Comrade or Councillor Ngondwana, the Executive Mayor. Chair, just like the previous municipality of Tambo, Alfred Nzo, OR Tambo has given us a transparent report and which is in line with the proposed theme Esiamangayo as the NCOP team. This one of assessing the state capacity to respond to the community needs. We bega kakuhleke lento ye water services uba beme njani ne-backlog zakhona, i-conditional grant that is withheld, i-sanitation, electricity, ne-refuse removal. That is appreciated, Chair. And also the good governance improvement esibona ngala Auditor General's report ebonakalisa but they have moved from a disclaimer to a better place of a qualification. Now, Chair, my last question would be that angake u-Executive Mayor asithi gqaba nje kwi-availability of land for farming and industrialization of hemp and cannabis. Ingabe zithini plans zakhe, because one thing that has made the NSOP to prioritize OR Tambo, it has that coastal belt, Port St. John's, which is our target to check on this industrialization of hemp and cannabis. And also the infrastructure in the schools, in townships and rural areas. Thank you, Chair.
Ndiyabulela Honorable Mkupana. Likhona elinye ilungu elifuna uvela?
Wesihlalo. Likhona nje.
Okay.
Mandikhawulezise sihlalo.
Khawulezisa ngoba inetwork yakho nje.
Imbi lento ndikuyo sihlalo. Mandibulele le report, ndicongratulate i-OR ngozinzo kumasipala ngoba uba uzinzo belungekho ngesiluva ngolu hlobo esiva ngalo ngoku belukhona. Sihlalo, ingathi uMam Mkumpana read my mind. Kulento yento yoba i-report kameya ifole short kwezi zinto zizi-priorities zethu. as ENCOP. And Chair, reason sibe strong behind land of knowing the availability of land as well as a role that is played by the municipality in partnership with the departments that are relevant. We are fast becoming again a raw material in Eastern Cape because the seed, the cannabis, is very expensive. But us as Eastern Cape, we are taking our seed to Western Cape very cheap, which again is taking us back to the time yokomba emigodini kusimka abantu balapha Eastern Cape and they come back with nothing. So for us, it's so crucial. Lastly, Chair, is on the issue of e-cases as we SIU. I'm excited when the executive mayor is saying they are moving very fast in terms of implementation and making sure that if there's a need, a consequence, wherever, that they are going to do, as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which range to billions. This thing of saying they have set aside a team that is dedicated, we're very much interested to know when everything is done, because now we're here, we got the report. As NCOP, we are going to follow up on it so that we know how far have you gone in terms of addressing the two critical areas that you spoke about, the SIU report and as well the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Thank you very much, Setlana.
Ndiyabulela mamncitha. Lingaba likhona elinye ilungu elifuna uvela? Ingaba likhona elinye ilungu elifuna uvela? Okwalo mzuzu andiliboni. Meya nje owam nje nombuzo mnye mncinci. Ngicela ukubuza uba xa nisenza i-strategic meeting yenu anithathi imali yalapha e-OR Tambo niyise KZN na, ngoba ingathi kukhona isikhalo esithi ndisitsho nje kodwa iripoti le andikabi nayo ethi nina i-strat plan zenu is either nisenze eMonti okanye nisenze eDurban ngapha ngaseBizana kulaa casino, ndilibele nje igama. Ngoku ingxaki ke noko kaloku i-economy yalapha sinawuthatha imali siyise ngapha eDurban. Sithini ngaba nobhizinesi bancinci balapha? Ingaba incinci gqithi i-OR Tambo for into yobana ingangakwazi uaccomodata iivenue ze-strat plans zenu? Ningade niye eMonti okanye niyephi kwaba masipala ninabo local, kwenzela okokubana manyani nikwazi ukunyusa noko i-economy yaloo masipala, noba beningaya phaa eNyandeni kulaa constituency yam. So ninika noba ngumkhukhu kodwa kusalayo kuzawuthengwa phayana nama-apile nama-orenji, batsho abantu bavuye noko bafike bakwazi into yobana babhatalele abantwana ezikolweni okanye bathenge ukutya ikati ingalali eziko. Mandiphele meya, ndicela unikezela kuwe ke ngoku.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks to the members for the questions that have been posed that are also going a deal in making us better. I have disclaimed earlier that I am not too sure if the format in which I will present my report will suffice, but I will just guarantee that in terms of the presentation that we have, it does cover quite a lot, and we will share it soon so that members can get the opportunity to interact with it and get some of the answers that have been put forward. In the issue of our relationship with Provincial Chapter, I must say that as the current political administration, one of the decisions that we took once we got into office was to put an end to all litigations that had anything to do with other state organs, and decided that we must go back to IGR mechanisms and engage with other arms of the state. And we took a resolution that all those cases that were in the courts of law must be put in an abrupt end. As a result, by the time we got into office, we got a victory as the municipality against the Minister of Treasury on the intervention that was making. But we said, we will not follow up on that because we need guidance and support from the minister. So we can't clinch on the technicalities and legalities when the minister is seeking to offer support and guidance to us. We took a decision to welcome. And so was the issue with our relationship with the Cocta province. Our relationship is very cordial. And in fact, we had representatives from Cocta even in the work of the work streams that had been put up to respond to the demands that the minister had made to us. So we have very cordial relations with Cocta and with any other government department for that matter. We think that the very concept of a bad relationship between a municipality and another organ of state is an untenable concept that we must not go on with. So I can guarantee we have very good relations with all state organs. We welcome with warm hands all the guidance that we're getting, starting from National Treasury, Cocta, etc. And on the issue of monies that have been lost through that whole process, especially on legalities, I can say that we are still in the process of quantifying, but for instance, there are losses, for instance, to an amount of 48 million on one instance, and on the other to an amount of 11 million, which in total will amount to 59 million. Counted using different formulae. Coupled with that is the fact that if you look from within the institution, you will realize that there has been some collusion between some of our administrators with private attorneys that have seen the institution lose hugely towards the people who were opponents of the municipality in the course of law. So, having said we're in the process of quantifying it, but we have also commenced with the process of ensuring that those administrators, that it is clear that they were in collusion with private attorneys, we are in the process of commencing with the disciplinary processes towards them. But coupled with that, there are decisions that were taken by council now, which decisions we are of the view that council was aware that it should not have taken those decisions. It had been properly warned against taking those decisions that have also affected a huge loss to the institution. We're also separating those issues where we say this was done in terms of a council decision. How do we ensure that we hold liable all those individuals that were responsible for the council taking that unlawful decision? So we're separating these processes in that way. We are moving towards getting close to each and every individual, but there are prior processes that must first unfold up until people are found guilty of the wrongdoing that we are pointing they have done towards the institution. So I can confirm to the honorable member that we've lost hugely in legal fees and related costs, and we are in the process. We've started disciplinary processes towards people that have been involved. I must say that as for the councillors who are responsible for the taking of unlawful decision, we have not yet got there because we're still in the process of separating between the two natures of losses that we've incurred as the institution. We on the issues of land availability, we have land available. We have land available. We have engagements with the institution of traditional leadership, and we are in the discussions with them about making identifiable the pieces of land that they are putting at disposal for use for these developmental ventures, that being in the space of cannabis and the hemp, and in the space of industrialization. I can confirm we have got, in fact, the problem we have would be that almost all landowners want these projects to come to their space. Where exactly will be situated will be determined by the outcome of a scientific assessment of the suitability in terms of the atmosphere and topography. On the strat plan, we had conducted it in Mthatha. In fact, we had scheduled it to take place at the municipality's hall, but when we commissioned a catering service, a private business owner offered that because he was going to cater, he has a facility that she can borrow us to use without any payment. But my point is that we've done it in Mthatha, and we had scheduled our own hall, but we ended up landing at a privately owned hall, but at no cost to the municipality anyway. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
uxolweni ngicela u-apologize amalungu abekekileyo iye yandikhupha yandilahla andiyazi noba bekundawo ndiyacinga usodolophu ugqibezela ii-questions ndithe gqi usodolophu ethetha nge-town hall ndicinga uba ubegqibezela. Ingaba khona amalungu asafuna ukwenza i-follow up?
Yes, Chair.
Ngicela umntu atsho kwenzela into yobana andiboni apha kum ndinengxaki akuveli. Okay, ngu-Honorable Gai. Ukhona omnye one-follow up? Members, ukhona omnye one-follow up okanye ni-fine? Masibe sisiya Mtaka Gai.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Bendizawucela mna usodolophu njengoba ezawuthumela i-report akhe akayiphinde because ebethetha ngento yoba ebengekho sure with regard to i-format yayo. Bendizawucela ukuthi as eyiphinde enhance i-report le atsho ngomasipala ngamnye kwaba masipala baphansi kwe-OR Tambo in terms of zonke izinto abeziraise in terms of the issues the water services as indicate into land, and also nento economic development in each of those municipalities sazi ukuthi kwenzeka ntoni na in terms of economic development in each of those municipalities. But also the issue here Wild Coast IDZ, if there could be an update on that. Nendo industrial park, there's an industrial park I think up in Mthatha, if I'm not mistaken, to Masakani, if I'm not mistaken. Just the update around those industries. Because what we do, some of us are in select committees, particularly myself, we economic cluster. I would love to know what you in terms of economic development in the OR Tambo district. The other issue, Chair, if I correctly from Mayor, was the amount, I think it's 204 million, if I correct, that by net discussion, on Treasury, that because of a lack of capacity, they
observed or projected ukuthi la mali bangangayisebenzisi before the financial year end. And I'm not sure then whether this money is going to go back to Treasury or they have applied for a rollover. And if izobuyela back, is there any assurance that there will then be a capacity to spend with project apho bekubonakala uba ayikwazi ukwenzeka this financial year because of projection yabo ebona ukuthi due to lack of capacity abazokwazi ukuyisebenzisa on time. Bakulento ye-economic development dala kwakhe kwakho le athi cwaka ngokungento yento yethi umajola I think ngapayela usikisi lento ye-rooibos if mhlambe singake sifumane update nangayo. I know ukuthi focus ye-NCOP is only hemp and cannabis, but if that's why the dibanisa ne-economic development as a whole, if we could also get an update on into ye-tea yasemajola I think naselusikisi. I know kwakudla ngoba khona challenges zongabhatalwa kwabasebenzi kufuneka imali iphume ku-Dr. Da, Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform because of the challenge, whether sezasort out ezonto mhlambe nento ye-ownership of that tea estate. The last point, Chair, I see up on the platform there's someone from the Department of Water and Sanitation, Andrew Lucas. I don't know in these challenges that are raised by both districts, if Andrew could say anything with regard to how is the department assisting with regard to those challenges that have been raised by the two districts. Thank you so much.
Ndiyabulela Honorable Khai. Totolo.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think from the issues that have been raised by Honorable Khai, let me just commit that they form part of the report that we will be forwarding. Of course, it will require some bit of enhancement. The only thing that I think I must comment on instantly is the issue of the monies that we have declared to National Treasury. Just to explain that the view of doing that is to avoid a reduction of allocation for the next financial year. Because when we talk capacity, we are not merely talking about just absence of capacity, but we're talking about capacity in the context of the backlogs that there have been, because work on this project had stalled at about May 2021. So meaning which you've lost quite a number of months work. So meaning which even if you had capacity, you will not be able to finish it on time. And to an extent that you will not even be able to apply for a rollover. So the view is to say, revise your project implementation plans, declare on your own, so that the Treasury Department can start the function of allocating those monies elsewhere. Usually it is that if you declare it timely on your own as the institution, first consideration will be given to your local space. So this is also in a bid to ensure that monies don't leave our district, don't leave our province, and end up being allocated elsewhere. Otherwise, it's not generally an issue of having less capacity. Yes, we've got challenges, but it's capacity in the context of the delays that there have been, that have taken close to half a calendar year without any work being done. So we looked at things and said, we cannot be able to have a speed at which we can spend such that by the end of the financial year, we will have performed 100%. Thanks, Chairperson.
Enkosi Sotolo, ingaba khona any member ifuna ukwenza follow up?
Chair, la ndifuna uzilungisa nje mna le industrial park ivula indlela. But ke umeya uthi izawufumisa part of the report. But
All right, honorable. Ingaba ukhona omnye? Members. Sotolo, masikubulele ngereport yakho noxa ke ingabhalwanga kodwa usithembisile okokubana uzawusithumelela. Masibulele ngaloo nto leyo. Okwesibini, ukuba ngaba ungakwazi ukusixelela kule group yase-OR Tambo okokubana ngomso sidibana kophi umasipala wakho kule ndawo inezikolo zodaka bekubiziwe ke kwathiwa yi-Port St. John's. Cha into esingayaziyo ke ngoku sodolophu yi-venue and what time. So uba ungakwazi usi-assista nje kuloo nto leyo kungakukhulu kakhulu. Mhlambi ke ungangayithethi ngoku apha kulena i-platform kodwa ke sizokwenza i-follow up ngaloo nto leyo plus nereport siza kwenza i-follow up. Masibulele Faku.
Thanks, Chairperson and honorable members.
Okay, members. Now siya ekuyisongeni imicimbi yethu. But ndicela okokubana sine-report esingakhange sayifumana yakwa-economic development. Asimfumananga no-MEC, akho mntu uyiprezentileyo. Sicela umama uMkupana aze enze i-follow up. At least i-report lena yona siyayicela into yoba mabayithumele. Nakanjani na siyayicela kuba kaloku yile besiza kuyisebenzisa xa sisiya kwezi sites siya kuzo. Okwesibini yi-report, ezi report bezibekwa apha azikafiki kulwazi. Andiyazi ke noba bebezibhale ephepheni na okanye bebezibhale kwiphepha leswekile ngoku alikwazi uphumela. Kodwa ke ngathi ngoku sekukho i-4RI ndicinga into yobana uku-imeyila noba ububhale kwele swekile noko iyakwazi uku-imeyileka. Andiyazi ukuba ingxaki ndawoni na kodwa ke siyazicela ezo presentation. Department of Education no Dr. Da. Siyazicela ezo presentation, siyazicela nakwabanye abantu. It's not that sizicela kuzo zonke. Okwesibini wena as honorable members, i-program ibisaziwa futhi ke besiyinike ixesha. Cha nje into embi yinto yobana ke sisike sayizisa ke ngoku sesine-3 weeks kodwa yona kwangoJanuwari yayisaziwa into yobana kuzabakho into enjeni. Sazama ke ngalo lonke ixesha. Ngoku inzima into yobana kungabikho ii-MECs, especially kwezi department ze-affected. Noko bendizawucela uba u-Honorable Mkupana andiyitsho into yobana ungusabhokhwe akangosabhokhwe kodwa angakhe asincedise. Noko sikhona isikhalazo endinaso. Andiyazi ke ezinye ii-members mhlawumbi noba nazo zifuna ukurawunda apha na. Ngoba ngoku I'm trying ukuya kwinto yokuvala. Okwesibini sinee-groups eziyi-2 mhlawumbi khange ziviwe ke ngabanye abantu. Ikhona igroup yase-OR Tambo ekhokhelwa nguNokuzolo Ndongeni ezawusebenza sizinikiwe ii-sites zise-Port St. John's ingathini enye i-Cell Sikisiki. Andiqinisekanga kakuhle ndizayijonga kakuhle. Okwesibini enye igroupu iya e-Alfred Nzo seyihambile. Inoba ngoku ndiqinisekile sebekufutshane nase-Alfred Nzo. Ikhokhelwa ngumama uNcitha namanye amalungu nee-officials as much uba kufana nathi. Ngomso siyahambani siya kwi-site. Sodolophu siyacela ube nomntu osikhupha sihamba naye. Ndiyambona uMacingwane because uzobe ehambela i-communication. Kodwa siyacela kubekho noba ngokaTroika okanye any council ongakukwazi usikhuphela yona sikwazi uhamba nayo. Kwenzela into yobana xa kukho izinto ekufuneka phayana ziphendulwe ngumasipala singabe sisithi hayi ke tana yimani. Mhlawumbi ke bazawube benee-challenges zabo ebezingakwazi mhlawumbi uphenduleka kodwa ke sikwazi uyozithatha sizawuhamba sizithathe sizise apho besithunywe khona. So iprogram yethu iphela ke ngoLwesihlanu. uLwesithathu noLwesine siya kwi-oversight, siya physical, asiyi kwi-virtual, siya physical siyozibonela. Uba usodolophu uthe lo umhlaba kaFaka uyasinika ngoba ngumhlaba wakhe wonke, sobulela siphaphathe sithi siyabulela Faka. NgoLwesihlanu ke izawuba yi-debriefing, izawuba virtual. Andiyazi ke sodolophu noba uzawukwazi na usilungiselela apho ekhaya kuba izolo kuye kwabakho ii-technical glitches. Asakwazi uba namhlanje siye apho kulo mhlaba wakho uphaya e-council chamber. Besingavuya if at all besinawukwazi ukungena e-council chamber, if and only if. Ndicela ke ukunikezela ke ngoku kukhotshe wam, andisazi noba ngukhotshe okondiqhuba ndizityala itheko, andibazi uba sendimnika amanqina, asese asivalele le ntlanganiso. Sibulela namalungu athe azidina ahlala imini yonke exakeke enjalo, nomeya iwese owase-OR Tambo indlela ebendimgqogqa ngayo. Meya, ndicela uphendule ifowuni, ndicela ukuhlaza apha phakathi kwabantu, ndicela uphendule ifowuni. Yiyeke le nto kakho ongaphenduli ifowuni. Ndiyabulela. Over to you, Mama Mkupane.
Bangoba sihlalo, bangoba ukhotha avale, benke ndathekisa uba kule ngxaki yamanzi. Ndibona apha kwigroup kukho Andrew Lucas, anganakho responde on some of the issues, the challenges that are faced by the municipalities. What is it that the department is doing?
Andrew Lucas ngowamanzi ne?
Yes, Chair, and sanitation.
Ngowamanzi and sanitation. Hello, ukhona phofu noba ubeke ibhatshi.
Sawubona xa evula imic. Nanko ke ivula.
Uyayivula ne? Asesa avule nenantsika yakhe nobuso bakhe.
Good afternoon, Andrew Lucas here. Sorry, can I help you?
Is there anything you can help us about the water? Anything
sorry,
you can share with us?
Chairperson, the water at which area? In our Tambo?
Yes, we are here in OR Tambo and Alfred. We can be glad if you can share with us. But we don't have a problem if you even the province.
Can I come in, Chair?
Hello.
Chair, I'm Portia Makanya. I'm with Andrew Lucas here. Connectivity problems. I'm sure he missed the questions. Can I take the questions, Chair?
Please, my dear. Can you please?
Chair.
How far water and quality of water in Buffalo City and Nelson Mandela? I'm not quite sure. I know up here in OR Tambo there's a shortage of water.
And Mzimvubu Dam. And Mzimvubu Dam.
Okay.
And Mzimvubu Dam.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. First, the two issues raised by, let me first greet Mayor, Chairperson, the honorable members. My name is Portia Makanya. I'm the Provincial Head for Water and Sanitation. I'm working with a team, or Andrew Lucas is part of the team I'm working with. Chair, on the issue that has been raised by the honorable mayors in their respective district municipalities, indeed, they've raised the point on the backlogs that they are still facing. We have done a draft master plan for the province, and Chair, the total requirement for the province to meet its deadlines, it's to eradicate its backlogs, is in the region of 120 billion. And that is why Alfonso was talking about 20 years. There is a draft and a dashboard that tells us what needs to be done where. And I think the point we're driving home with that dashboard is to say the allocation or the funding trends towards meeting the deadlines do not match with the demands that are there. But that is one thing, Chair. On the specific issue that was raised by the Honorable Mayor on Alfred Zo, the Luteke Dam. The dam has been completed in 2014 as part of a regional bulk infrastructure project where Umgeni Water Board, which is a water board also belonging to the department, reporting to the same ministry, was appointed because of its proximity to that area around Alfred Zo. They have done that project, and correctly, the funding has been co-funded. The project has been co-funded by OR Tambo, but the project has done the dam and its bulk infrastructure. But because reticulation was lagging behind, there was a risk of just creating a white elephant that would be subjected to vandalism. There has been then a need to allow the municipality to allocate funding so that the reticulation can follow that bulk infrastructure. And that is why the money that has been transferred to Umgeni Water has been shelved. Now, I think the municipality has done a lot of reticulation, and the bulk that needed to be completed, because there was a phase A and a phase B of the bulk supply. Now, the phase A bulk that has been completed is now almost totally reticulated. Now we need to move to phase B, and that is where Umgeni Water is currently doing procurement so that they deal with that part, so that the municipality can then link to that with its bulk to service that area, and also to upgrade the current treatment plant. There is Unomlatu from 10 megaliters to 20 megaliters, so Umgeni Water is currently procuring for completing the bulk component there. Now, if we move to OR Tambo and what was raised by OR Tambo in terms of KSDPI, indeed, Treasury has withheld all grants. That project came to a standstill. OR Tambo has appointed Amatola Water Board to be the implementing agent there. And it's only now, end of January, around the 27th, 28th January, where funding was transferred to OR Tambo so that they can then move with that project. By that time, contractors have left site because they were not paid, and it was beyond anyone's control. It was a decision by Treasury, but it has now, as the Honorable Mayor has reported, it has been resolved, and that contractors are on site. And we are hoping that also they will be viewed in a different light in terms of rollover approvals. We have also set aside additional funding over the MTF period so that that project is not delayed. Also, under the budget facility in infrastructure grants, we've also made an application because there's about 1 billion of work that needs to be done over and above the 1.6 billion of work that is already on the ground. And I think in another round, the honorable members could come and see the massive infrastructure that is on the ground that has been on hold, but which is currently being unlocked. And the Mthatha Dam is the main source of the supply, and Mthatha Dam will be able to cover all of those areas that are targeted in that. But we could have planned better. And I take the point that has been raised by the mayor, but there are reasons for that I do not want to bore the committee on. The issue on Buffalo City. Buffalo City is falling within a strategic area where we have interlinked dams that when the other one is that are transferring water from one another, depending on their levels, they are then grouped to what we call an Amatole system. Now, the Amatole system has been hit by drought previously, and just at the end of last year, there are restrictions that had to be put in so that one does not deplete the source before the next rains come. And obviously, just before the end of the year, those restrictions came into force. And already it could be felt in some parts around PCM. However, because of the significant rains, many of those dams have since recovered. Your Nahun Dam has since
overflow. So the Amatole system has then recovered. But then part of the rains have brought a lot of floods, and one of the treatment works was affected in terms of the quality of water that would reach that system or that treatment plant, in terms of the sediment load that would then go into, the mud that would go into that, which is not what the treatment plant has been treating over 10 years, in terms of its current operations and supply. But a point needs to be made that even that treatment plant has reached its capacity in terms of the demand. So there's a balance between the demand and capacity, up to a point where demand seems to be even in some cases, especially when we have breakdowns, that the demand cannot be met because of how big the demand is. Now, that had the mud or the quality of water that entered that treatment works had then caused a lesser production of water, because when you filter these through the sedimentation tanks, then the sand would be, clogged by mud. Now you need to backwash every time to get rid of the mud and then treat again. So that slows down the total volume that is produced per day, and it has caused those water outages. The department had to go back to its restrictions and lift all of those restrictions so that the system can then stabilize. We still haven't gone back to the restrictions because there has been those problems. Then there was the Amatola Water Board strike that has affected the Buffalo City over and above other outages that have previously happened before even the strike, because of Eskom power outages and some failures in the same plants that are in that network. But the strike was the last one, where it lasted from the 9th of March up to the 15th, with no pumping happening from the bulk supply that is coming from Amatola Water. And I think we've all seen in media, although one can report here that the minister has since intervened and pumping has been restored, but the system, because of the demand, has not fully recovered. There are still areas that are high-lying areas where tankers have to be utilized. The department itself has given BCM 17 tankers to augment what they have as well. Also, Amatole District Municipality was affected because in that system that I talked about, the different dams that feed one another, Amatole district is in that space, and 20 tankers were also availed to them through the reprioritization of funding that we've previously allocated to them. We are hoping that that process will be stabilized fully and 100%. And since there's a new board also appointed by the minister and the undertaking from the organized labor, we are trusting that all we need to now monitor is really the system to come to its full recovery. But on the Amatole systems, it's no longer a water resource deficit that is a major issue. Unlike in Nelson Mandela Metro, there's another system interconnected and also sharing water from different dams, and that one is called Algoa system. Now that one, the average level of all of those dams there is around 15%. And that has given a big problem to the metro. Now, fortunately for the metro, whilst their local resources are at those low levels, they're getting water from the Orange River, from the Harib Dam, through a number of river systems and canals that is pumped towards the Nelson Mandela Metro. Now, there's a scheme called, yes, ma'am? Ma'am?
On a conclusion, my dear, can you please try to wrap up?
All right, ma'am. But I think, ma'am, just to say that...
please give us the presentation. Can you
Okay.
share your presentation with us?
I don't have
in
a
our
presentation.
email?
Okay, ma'am. I will develop mine. We were not asked to do any presentation, ma'am. We were not expecting to present, but we are part of this to answer questions. But I will prepare a presentation based on the questions that were asked here today.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We can be glad.
Yes, ma'am. I'll do that. I can stop right now, ma'am, and then leave it to the presentation. I don't know whether you want me to wrap up the Nelson Mandela. Okay.
I give you 5 minutes to wrap up.
Yes, I was about to land, ma'am, to say that fortunately for the metro, they're getting water from the Orange River. There is a project that the department is funding in that space, intervening, which is going to give them around 140 more water, 140 megaliters per day. Already the department has funded phase 2 of the project. It's now concluding on phase 3, which is another 70 to the 70 that is existing, making the 140. And that is gonna add more water to the metro, which the metro then would have to distribute within its area. However, there remains a red flag at the Nelson Mandela Metro, as the route has still got its grip at the metro, as well as in Ndlambe, as well as Kocha municipality within Sarah Apartment. I think, ma'am, I can end there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Portia. Thanks about the presentation. We appreciate that. If you can, please write it down, especially can you tell us about the OR Tambo, Alfred Inzo? We can be glad. Thank you very much. Members, there's the report. Anybody want to interact with the report?
Sit
No,
down,
we,
ma'am.
we appreciate the report, Chair, especially now that it will also be in writing. But I would rather say it should be a provincial one instead of just Howard Tambo and Alfredo.
Okay,
yeah.
Portia.
Honorable Chair.
It should be the provincial report, can it?
Noted, ma'am.
Salo.
Yes.
Salo ningamphathi ubudedengu. Ningamphathi ubudedengu sisiphosho sisi wami lo. Yawuxaba nayo nekabi.
Yesihlalo count note.
Sisi wami lo ningamphathi kabi.
Comrade Maqhubela, Honorable Maqhubela, hamba wena.
Enkosi Honorable Chair. Bendiza kuthi ke sihlalo as much as uba izaba yi-provincial report, Chair, but isingase ibe nazo i-specifics zezindawo zine-challenges, Chairperson, as well as i-everlasting solutions kuzo, Chair. Ingabi sanjobana because xa sekufuneka sixoxile sizabe siconfrontwa kwezi ndawo zine-challenges kanye kanye. So ngase kube ne-specifics in terms of i-solutions kuzo, Chair. Thanks.
All right, Honorable Maqhubela. Ukhona omnye umntu? Members?
Akakho omnye umntu.
Ayivala sihlalo.
We're appreciating Sihlalo.
Yes.
Ayikho enye into Sihlalo ngaphandle nje we-appreciation layer declaration of conflict of interest. Remember le ethi usihlalo
That's true, hello.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can you please close the meeting? It's a long day today. Yeah. Can you please close the meeting, Chair? Honorable Mkupana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndongeni, Provincial Whip yethu ye NCOP, ne permanent delegates, the MPLs present here were the chairpersons of the 3 affected committees, as well as the whips of those committees, the executive mayors, and all the support teams, technical teams that are present here. Thank you very much for your time, your presentations, your contributions, your questions, and all the wisdom that has been brought to this forum today, preparing for our site visits and meeting those communities out there as their public representatives. Thank you so much for visiting the province. Si appreciate ke neli gxathu loba nibe nale focus area any identify leyo, our members of the NCOP. Ibalekile ke lando yoba from time to time we look at our state capacity to deliver basic services, water and sanitation to communities, as well as the plans ukuba siyakwazi na ukumita requirements for the plans that we have put in place or we have decided upon. Noba siqinisekise ke ngoba there's that intergovernmental relations esizenzayo practically. Siyabulela kakhulu ke sihlalo, sibulela nexesha abalithathileyo bebepreparisha i-presentations, and nomyalelo ke office yakho sihlalo, your command ethi masijonge uba economic development, environmental affairs and tourism uyayenza naye i-draft and brief report on what was expected of them. Sawukuyenza ke i-follow up kwezo zinto sihlalo, hoping ke sizawuhamba kakuhle ukuya kwi-districts ezi siya kuzo i-site visits zangomso. Sikhuthaza ke into yoba i-technical support teams zibo sibriefa kwangoko xa kukhona into funeka siyiqwalasele as members, just like namhlanje apho sesathunyelelwa sesithenge amasi neepapa zethu senza umvubo for lunch, bathi bona let us we are invited for lunch in our center. Masi communicate izinto ke ngexesha. And also sicela ke nosihlalo u-executive mayor wase OR Tambo xa sicela into yoba uyawukusihosta xa sisenza i-debriefing xa sigqiba sisonga umsebenzi, hoping konke ke kuzawuhamba kakuhle. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Ndiyabulela kakhulu sihlalo egameni le-Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature namalungu wonke ke, because i-permanent delegates zi-permanent delegates zase-Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature eziphaya kwi-NCOP. Inkosi kakhulu sihlalo.
Siyabulela co-chair, siyabulela, masideclarishe uba le meeting is closed. Masivaleni maqabane, siyayivala ngokwe-meeting. Masigodukeni. Abafuna ukutya babajikele apha left, ikhona itafulana apha left azodibana naye inokutya. Uba ke bafike abakubona, hayi bangabuzi kum namandazi.
Sihlalo. Enkosi.
All right.
Good night, my comrade.
Good night.
Good night, Honorable Nana.
Recording stopped.
Uqala waclaim i-Alfred Nzongo uclaim usisiphoshiya.
Uyayibona na.
Ilale kakuhle nani.
Enkosi, Honorable High, nani ngokunjalo.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Bye bye.